the pending paragraph in the work program. We've been exchanging the draft text, and we had a revised, streamlined decision text, which I call it number 7, that was shared with everybody. I tend to believe that we are very, very close to be able to have common ground in terms of the objectives, the content, and the wording. So I would like to pass it over to Gustavo Fonseca so he can give us a quick overview of this decision text number 7 that we shared with you last night, so we can invite council members to take the floor and be able to agree on content on this very specific with regards to the work program. Good morning, Gustavo. Over to you.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. It's a pleasure being with you here for this last day of council meeting. Indeed, we circulated last night the revised streamlined decision on the amendment to the decision on the work program. And let me clarify that this is just one paragraph out of the long decision of the work program that you got used to seeing. And this, of course, relates to the issue of the UNDP. And just to clarify to everyone, and maybe you don't have the text in front of you, I will read it out loud, which reads in the current version. Start. In light of the recent audit report by the UNDP Office of Audit and Investigations, OAI, of UNDP GEF Management, all projects included in the work program implemented by UNDP shall be circulated by email for council review at least 4 weeks prior to council endorsement/approval, period. This shall take place as actions of the Management Action Plan that addresses the OAI recommendations are being implemented, and as the independent, risk-based third-party review of compliance by UNDP with the GEF policy on minimum fiduciary standards is being completed, period. Project reviews will take into consideration the relevant findings of the external audit and the UNDP management responses, and note them in the endorsement review sheet that will be made available to the council during the 4-week review period. End of the text. This text was circulated last night, and we heard informally from a few parties that have been taking very close attention to this decision. We believe that we are very close to a decision, and this is now for you to decide. We are in your hands. This is the best we could do from where we sit in the Secretariat. Over to you, Carlos Manuel.
Well, thank you, Gustavo, for that, and thanks to you and your team for being able to work so hard yesterday night on this topic. So with this, I would like to open the floor to council members so we can have reactions from them. I will pass it over to William, our secretary, which will be keeping the list of speakers.
Well, this may be good news. I don't see anybody asking for the floor.
Yes,
Let's give a bit more time, shall we, or don't? As you wish, Mr. Chair. Richard of Australia, you have the floor.
Thank you, William, and thank you for Gustavo for all the hard work you've done overnight in producing the revised decision text. From our perspective, it seems like a fair and balanced compromise. I think, from our perspective, manages the risk around the audit and the third-party review effectively. One thing I would note is that it may be of value to link or draw in the other business text that was agreed yesterday in terms of the issue being considered in May. I think it's relevant to look at them jointly. What that does is, depending on the progress of the implementation, if it's going badly, it then produces a point at which the council can make another decision or change direction based on an assessment of risk. The benefit of that is that we'll have 4 or 5 months of information that we don't have now, and I think we can make a much more informed assessment about whether or not to put the work program on hold in terms of decision making or continue with the concurrent process. I think from our perspective, we weight also the importance of the recipient countries not having an adverse effect in terms of the future implementation of program, and I think there's a risk, but not necessarily for much benefit, of holding everything up until those products are completed. But I also accept there is some risk if things go off the rails, but that can be managed effectively through the council deliberations on the matter again in May. So I guess in summary, the proposed decision text, I think, is a well-rounded approach to manage those risks, and in particular, if we draw in the other decision we have already made to produce the ability for the council to reset the approach if needed in May next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mette from Norway, followed by Rob from the US.
Thank you, William, and thank you to the Secretariat and the Council members for their effort to find a way to approve this work program. Finding an acceptable balance between avoiding unnecessary delay of planning and implementing this very important work program, and to make sure UNDP have taken necessary action is challenging with the short time we have had to handle this. We also, as Australia just pointed out, we also see this decision in relation with the decision the Council took yesterday to revisit the UNDP issue at the next meeting. Seeing these two issues together, our constituency thinks the draft decision text addresses our concerns at this point in time, and we support the draft decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Rob from the US, followed by Stefan from Switzerland.
Thank you very much, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. And thank you, Carlos Manuel, for recognizing the early morning for us here in the Western Hemisphere. We are disappointed. We preferred the Swiss approach of tying the second review to completion of the third-party risk-based audit and implementation of the UNDP management responses. But in the spirit of compromise, we will support this text. We all must commit to careful review of each of the new UNDP projects during second review, and we should not allow endorsement until we are convinced that UNDP has implemented necessary reforms and is following minimum financial management standards. We must continue a robust oversight of the GEF and adhere to our fiduciary responsibilities to our own taxpayers. We look, as Richard suggested, we look forward to revisiting this issue at our June meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Stefan from Switzerland, followed by Marita from Sweden.
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, colleagues. Thank you to the Secretariat for the effort to come up with a compromise text. I join Rob by saying we're disappointed in the light of the discussions that we had when we first were discussing the UNDP issue, and I felt in the room a clear determination to go to the bottom of the barrel and give our CEO and the Secretariat as a whole a strong backing on we want to know how things are and how we fix them. Now the text still reads and it's been diluted in many parts from the original text that we gave in. We understand that this is all about compromising. However, I feel like a lot of the teeth that we had in have been pulled. And just to say, being completed, think of boarding an airplane that is being completed. It's not necessarily the safest mode of traveling. So we would have preferred to have something clearly stating completed and not being completed, because this is something that nobody knows when a process is finished. But we don't stand in the way of a consensus. That's not our style, and it's not very helpful. But we will be scrutinizing the status of where we stand, and we're glad that we managed to agree on having this agenda item on our next council, so 6 months from now, also to make it clear that this is a matter that needs to be put in order. Thank you. Over.
Thank you. Marita from Sweden, followed by Ben from the UK.
Thank you, William, and thank you to Gustavo and Carlos Manuel for finding a compromise text that we can work with. We are happy to go forward with this text. We can support it. We also support Richard's suggestion to add a reference to the decision to come back to revisit this item in June. We think this will provide us with the possibility to take stock at that time and then consider what further actions we may take at that time. So I think that is sufficient for the time being, and we are happy to support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ben from the UK, followed by Gerard from Mauritius.
Yes, thanks, William. And also just to chime in with others, I think it's important that we trust the processes which were put in place to deliver, and we shouldn't be waiting to see if they do deliver that first. I think that the processes we've put in place, that they're proportionate and they're measured, but I think they're also significant in terms of the responses to the situation. So I think we're satisfied with that. I don't think we need more for now, but I think we have sensibly built in a review process and a milestone at our June meeting. I listened very carefully to recipient countries yesterday, and I heard that they've been working closely with UNDP to develop their projects, these projects, and any delays could have potential problems, for example, with their national budgets. We heard that. So in summary, we can live with this text, which was circulated last night by the Secretariat, and we can support this decision. And many thanks to the US and Swiss for their compromise to allow this decision to move forward. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Gerard from Mauritius, followed by Tanya.
Thank you, William. I wish to thank the Secretariat for this compromise text as well. But I want to make also a comment. I think that we need to be a bit proactive and go to the source of the issue. So I think that it's good for me to make this comment, that in all projects documents, the important role of the project steering committee should be highlighted in terms of going through budget and expenditures. I think that the session on budget and expenditure should not be a sort of formality. It may be tedious, but we need to ensure that there is full transparency on proposed budget, working unit plan, and expenditure incurred. Some of the reasons why unauthorized expenditure may have happened because the PSCs may not have been sitting at the required quarterly intervals. And secondly, full and detailed accounts of expenditures may not have been tabled. So maybe some guidance should be issued by GEF also on this important role of the PSCs, as PSCs also are part of the M&E and quality assurance process. So I think that this text is good, but we need at least to give some attention to what to the PSCs. Thank you, William, for the time allocated. Hand over to you.
Thank you very much, Tanya from Finland, followed by Marta from Spain.
Thank you very much, and we also thank the Secretariat and the Council members for finding a solution on this decision. I'll be very brief. We can support this compromise text and coming back on this in June. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marta from Spain, followed by Cordula from Germany.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for your work and for finding a compromise text, and also for the support from the Secretariat, which we think is very important. And we also can support this consensus test, as we believe it addresses our concerns regarding the consequence for the recipients, and particularly in case of potential delays and or eventuality. That's it. I would like to stress that it's also very important the future discussion in this issue in the next council meeting, and I would believe that in case other decisions are needed, there is always an option for that, and we have to think about this issue as not just one day decision, but as something that we have to follow rigorously and in attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cordula from Germany, followed by Julia from Angola.
Thank you, William, and thank you to everybody for the work invested in finding this compromise. From our point of view, the decision addresses adequately both concerns on the one hand of following up on the UNDP issue seriously and making sure that the problems are solved before projects go into implementation, but on the other hand, not endangering partner countries' projects and the support they urgently need. In this sense, we can support the decision, and we also believe that we should take time at the next meeting to look at the process again in order to allow for eventual adjustments that would need to be made in a sense to give some more time also to solve UNDP problems. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Giulio from Angola, followed by Yoshiko from Japan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, William. On behalf of my constituency, we would like to say that we support the decision. We support the adoption of the text that has been circulated. And during the process, while until June, we will suggest to look at the process again to see how it was, as long as it doesn't interfere on the project implementations and approvals and CO endorsements. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yoshiko from Japan, followed by Brenda from Mexico.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are also willing to support this new revised text. We think it is a compromise solution that we do hope that we will see the completion of the audit responses as much as possible by the second review. And with that hope, we stand to support, and we will certainly take a very good look at the second review because for us this is a very, very important issue to seek a resolution to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Brenda from Mexico, followed by Lucia from China.
Hello, good morning, everybody. First of all, I want to thank you, Carlos Manuel, for recognizing the extra effort. It's true that it's complicated for some of us in the Western Hemisphere that we need to start early in the morning and then keep on going with the full business day in our time zone. We support the text proposed by the Secretariat. We have concerns regarding what of the audit that in the UNDP. However, we also are concerned about the possible delays in the recipient countries. So we do appreciate the support from Ben and Marta, UK and Spain, that have also recognized these potential delays. So we do appreciate moving forward with the project, since this, as you know, may take probably 12, 18 months to be developed. And in the meantime, as it's proposed by the Secretariat, being able to go back to council meetings in order to see if the UNDP has take the recommendations and move forward with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Liu Xie from China, and Tom has put his comment in the chat. Thank you, Tom. So Liu Xie, you have the floor.
Thank you, William. Also appreciate the Secretariat's efforts to come up with the compromised version. We can go along with the latest text. The second review on GEF's work programs should be taken in parallel with the UNDP's compliance actions to avoid serious delays in project implementation. We also support to revisit the UNDP issue in the next council meeting and make changes to previous decisions if needed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's the list of speakers. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, William, and thanks to all council members for their interventions. I feel extremely happy that we've been able to generate consensus on the content, and particularly I want to thank all of those council members that wanted a stronger language, so to speak, in this text. I want to say that the chair and the secretariat really heard your intentions, heard your call for doing an extra effort and being extremely cautious. And this is something that the chair and the secretariat will be working strongly. At the same time that we were able to have a decision whereby we generate a balance within our task of, fully engaging with UNDP and really understanding on a granular base all the findings and implications of the audit of the UNDP, as well as our task to work at many different levels, from the highest political level all the way to the ground level within the Secretariat UNDP, in order to provide information and has a good pulse of the situation. With the need of, going forward with many important projects. As we said early this week, some of these projects are totally COVID-19 focused, and this is extremely important, because these projects will be opening the door a new dimension on how do we positively mix what we've been doing from the GEF in the context of the actual needs of the countries as we approach to the latest stages of the GEF. So that balance is great. And as I said, the chair and the secretariat will be reporting on a monthly basis findings and progress to council. It's not just their review of the project will be reporting, as we strongly believe that having an agenda item on this particular topic in our next council meeting in June is a extremely important topic that we need to develop. Also, this text should be read in conjunction with the related decision adopted in other businesses, which is what I just mentioned. So I think that this is a great agreement that we have consensus on. So based on this discussion and having complete the participation of all council members, I would like to invite council to adopt the draft decision that is included in document C, GF/C 59/06/Ref01, which is the work program for the GF Trust Fund. I see no objections, so the decision is adopted. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. With this, we finish our.
Sorry.
Yes.
But I don't see it on my list, but what Marike would like to take the floor, please.
Okay.
Thank you, William. Thank you, council members, for reaching consensus on this very important issue. I myself, I am closer to the comments made by Rob from US and Stefan from Switzerland, but in any case, we are happy with the compromise solution. If we can have a transformative change, we must deal with these issues. And a possible way in our GEF family to deal with them in the next months would be the working group on governance. There, we can work together with the CEO, with the GEF Secretariat, and with the new chairperson to be appointed. This would help us to have a forum in which to share the concerns with regards not only to UNDP, but to agencies in general. Thank you, over.
Thank you.
Thank you, Manrique. We take note of your observation and looking forward to be working very close with council members. So with this, I finish the pending agenda item on the 59 GF Trust Fund Council meeting, and now it is my pleasure to open the 29th LDCF SCCF Council meeting. It is a pleasure to me to chair my first LDCF SCCF Council meeting. Through my own experience working with vulnerable people, nations, and ecosystems in tropical and developing countries, I have first-hand knowledge and appreciation of the critical importance of climate adaptation and resilience. I'm a strong believer in the mission of the LDCF and SCCF and in the potential for these funds to deliver transformative, resilient outcomes. The LDCF, SCCF is supporting multiple dimensions of resilient building in the complete context. We work in projects that will be reflected in the work program that target the vulnerable ecosystems and people that are likely be hardest hit by both climate crisis and COVID-19. Some of the opportunities this project has identified to support green recovery and building back better include enhanced food and water security, ecosystem-based adaptation, particularly on the agricultural sector, and its translation to national and subnational planning and policy development, green entrepreneurship and resilient supply chains, diversified livelihood and job creation, sound land use practices, and integrated food, water, energy solutions. The IEO evaluation of the LDCF has confirmed that its relevance to countries and its comparative advantages and its ability to deliver results. Evidence is emerging on the catalytic role of LDCF Its experience in paving the path for larger projects in countries, its success in achieving replication of approaches, and being perceived by stakeholders as having more smooth approval and implementing of some of important funds. Stakeholders also appreciate LDCF support for risk and innovation. We hope that donors and recipient countries take note of these solid contributions as we move forward towards the next replenishment. As we tackle the interlinked challenges of pandemic, climate change, on vulnerable communities, and degradation of nature, we need to focus on systemic issues underpinning these and prioritize solutions that deliver cross-cutting benefits. Some of these are, first, nature-based solutions. The pandemic has been clearly in showing that we need to work with nature and invest in nature. In recent years, thanks to many of our partners and leadership of champion countries, the importance of nature-based solutions for climate change adaptation and long-term resilience has been well acknowledged and promoted as a strategic priority. In our LDCF portfolio, we are encouraged that LDCs are designing projects which are at the watershed and landscape scale with a strong focus on natural resource management. And we are stepping up further with an analysis of our own nature-based solution portfolio with the great help of staff. But also mobilizing domestic finance, political leadership, and governance is important to scale up adaptation and resilient benefits, something that I've been highlighting throughout this week. And we're seeking good domestic co-finance commitment for adaptation projects supported by LDCF. However, I think we are yet to unlock the full potential which could be ensured through a strong political leadership from countries and more integrated and cross-sectoral adaptation projects that we bring in various governments departments. In relation to this, we also know that the adaptation finance gap is huge, and therefore we need to innovate financial mechanisms involving public and private finance, a model similar to the payment for environmental services in context of the scaling up nature-based solution for adaptation in landscapes and cities that can deliver large-scale benefits. Having countries take a look to the tropical carbon tax that Colombia and Costa Rica do have and how they've been using that innovative financial mechanism for land restoration and climate adaptation is an excellent example of how we can begin understanding how to narrow down the adaptation financial gap. Definitely, the pandemic has highlighted the inequality issues more than ever before, making it clear that the future resilience has to be built on the foundation of equality with focus on the most vulnerable. In this context, we are strengthening integration of our gender strategy in adaptation programming, which is extremely important. We're encouraged by findings of IEO that gender integration has improved in our projects and will work with our partners to strengthen it further. As we need to innovate, deliver solutions quickly, and reach out to community directly, as with the private sector, is an important, actually one of our top priorities. We have already initiated this through our own challenge program for adaptation innovation supported by LDCF and SCCF, which is supporting private sector investment models in areas such as insuring natural assets, blended finance with bank and microcredit institutions to meet the capital gap for smallholder farmers and applying innovative modern technologies such as the use of artificial intelligence and drone technologies to generate localized climate impact information for decision making by local governments and financial authorities. As countries aim to recover from this pandemic, a key priority for them is creating jobs, and the biggest potential for this is offered by small and medium enterprises in less developed countries, which is one of our biggest interests. We are tapping the potential of the SMEs to develop and deploy adaptation solutions and create jobs to support local economy recovery through projects like the ones we have in Sierra Leone, Madagascar, and Liberia. The unprecedented situation that we have now clearly requires working together, building on mutual strengths. The goal momentum we're seeing for a recovery which is green and climate resilient is excellent, with a strong push for the Global Commission on Adaptation and Climate Funds, including the Green Climate Fund and the Adaptation Fund. We all not only have to be just aligned in our thinking, but also deliver result building on our complementarities. For the GF, as we operate through different local areas and integrated programs, the timing is perfect. Mainstream climate risks across our portfolio and design projects which benefit from multiple perspectives. We have increased focus in multi-trust funds projects, linking adaptation with biodiversity and land degradation focal areas. The projects in Benin and Mali in the proposed work program is a testimony of this. I would like finally to express my sincere appreciation to all donors, to the LDCF and SCCF. More recently, we have received a pledge of 2 million euros to the LDCF from Finland for this year, and a multi-annual pledge of 20 million euros from the Netherlands to the LDCF. I would also like to commend the Netherlands leadership in hosting the Climate Adaptation Summit in January 2021. I will thank you, and with this, I will go with our second agenda item, which is the adoption of the agenda. This has been circulated, the provisional agenda for consideration of this council in the document GF/LDCF.SCCF.2901. I would like also to inform that I will be very happy to hear from council on the items that should be included on other businesses. So I will pass it over to William if there's to see if there's somebody requesting the floor. Otherwise, I will be inviting the council to adopt the agenda. Over to you, William.
Thank you. On the Secretariat side, we have nothing to add, and I see nobody requesting the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, William, for that. So I would like to invite council to adopt the agenda for the 29th LDCF/SCCF council meeting. I see nobody's requesting the floor, William. So with this,
now Sano has requested to take the floor on the other business.
Okay, Sano, you got the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I was thinking this is other business at the end of this, but I'm glad to present it.
Yes, no, the point is, you just say what it is you want to include. What topic are you going to discuss?
We want to talk about our civil society networks proposal yesterday. Sweden supported, and we want to enhance this participation to others as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, William. And with this, I inform that the agenda has been adopted. Thank you so much. Now I go over to agenda item number 3, which is the work program of the least developed countries funds. I would like to invite Gustavo Fonseca to present document GF/LDCF.SCCF.29/03/Rev01, work program for the least developed countries fund. Over to you. Welcome, Gustavo.
Thank you, Carlos Manuel. I'll take a couple of seconds here to put my presentation up. Can you see the presentation?
No. No, we don't.
Nope. Okay, let me try again. What about now? Can you see the presentation?
Not yet. Now we do. Now we don't.
I don't know what's happening. It's going, and then it stops. Let me try again. Sorry for that.
But we can ask Nico to assist us with this, Gustavo.
Yes, let me just try once again, and if that doesn't work, for some reason it seems like it goes on in and then it goes back again. It's showing?
No.
Interesting, because on my screen it does.
Now, yes.
It does? Okay, very good. Excellent. All right, sorry for this. I think this technology on WebEx for presentation needs some improvements. But anyways, thanks very much for this opportunity. It's a great pleasure to introduce the work program of the LDCF for consideration by the council meeting. Now this slide needs to move, and it's not. Let me see if yes, Nicholas.
Do you want me to go ahead and share mine?
Why don't you try to do that, because it seems there's something wrong with the system here, and I can't move the slides.
Thank you, Gustavo. Should be ready now.
So everybody can see the screen? Nico? Can you go to the second slide? Great. So it has been the case with most of the environmental and social and economic stressors. The least developed countries are really facing greater risk and vulnerability coming from COVID-19. Of course, as you all know, LDCs are much more susceptible to climate and non-climate shocks and stressors, with most countries being highly dependent on natural resources to sustain the economy, to keep their jobs, and to allow for food security, for instance, through agriculture, commodity production, tourism, and extractive industries. Institutional and policy frameworks in LDCs also tend to be much more weaker, and then their resilience is not as secure as we have in more developed countries. And this includes the challenges that are brought in by the pandemic, which adds pressure not only to native ecosystems, but also to the society in general. So in this context is what we have to face when putting this work program together. But the projects presented in the work program still address the need to support people, communities, and ecosystems and their vulnerabilities, and also enhancing livelihoods through concrete climate adaptation action, as well as being supportive of progressive policy frameworks and also the capacity needs. The GEF Secretariat wishes to express our appreciation to the countries, to the agencies, and to the partners that have contributed to this work program, working under very, very challenging conditions. Next slide, please. The work program includes 9 projects requesting a total of $63.87 million of GEF project financing and agency fees. 3 of these projects, 2 in Benin and 1 in Mali, are what we call multi-trust fund projects with the GEF Trust Fund, which was just approved in this council meeting. All projects confirm the alignment with the needs and priorities identified in national adaptation plans, in national adaptation programs of action, and on the national sustainable development strategies. And among the features included in these projects, I would note in particular the support to livelihoods through ecosystem management and forestry, landscapes, and other nature-based interventions, disaster and security responses, and peace-building efforts, as well as technology transfer. The cohort of projects presented in this work program has identified various opportunities to mitigate the impacts created by the pandemic, to deliver climate adaptation and resilience benefits, and contribute towards green recovery. If the work program is approved as it stands, we will have supported 38 LDCs, or 81% of all LDCs in the GEF 7 cycle. Co-financing, although it's not strictly required for LDCF, is $183 million for this work program, or a ratio of $1 from the LDCF to 3.1 of co-financing. Next slide, please. Let me also say a few words about the GEF and the Green Climate Fund coordination at the project level, which has been articulated in some of the PIPs that are in this work program. 2 projects have GCF projects as co-financing. 1 project is aligned with a national adaptation plan supported by the GCF, which is expected to help inform the GEF project. Another project will explore complementarity with a GCF-funded initiative, and yet another is well aligned with the proposed new phase of the Great Green Wall initiative, which is now under development with engagement not only from the GCF, but from other donors, including some who are present here in this council. Moving forward, with the leadership of our CEO, Carlos Manuel Rodriguez, we're exploring additional opportunities with the GCF to identify priority countries and adaptation teams for potential joint initiatives for GEF 7 and beyond. Next slide, please. This slide shows the countries supported by the very first LDCF work program that took place in December of 2018. This included 6 projects in 6 countries and approximately $45 million of GEF financing. Next one. This slide shows the country supported in the second work program of the LDCF in June of 2019, including 11 projects for LDCF and 1 project for the SCCF, for a total of approximately $102 million in GEF financing. Next. Now we go to the third LDCF work program that took place in December of 2019 and included 9 projects and approximately $60 million. Next one. This one shows the country supported by the fourth work program in June of 2020, which included 8 projects with $60 million of the LDCF resources. And finally, next slide, please. We have here the 8 countries supported in the current LDCF work program. This work program includes projects for Afghanistan, for Benin, for Burundi, Haiti, Mali, Nepal, Senegal, and Sierra Leone. Benin has 2 projects in the work program, and I note that 6 LDCs are accessing the LDCF for the first time through this work program in the GEF 7 cycle. And I also note that 6 of these 8 LDCs will also reach the initial $10 million LDCF cap that was set for the GEF 7 period. In terms of regional distribution of this work program, 70% of resources are going to Africa, 23% for Asia, and 7% for SIDS. And these values are fairly similar for the regional distribution for cumulative programming to GEF 7, in which we have 66% of all resources going to Africa, 19% to Asia, and 13% to SIDS, with 1% going for regional and global projects. Next. In terms of agency distribution, 6 GEF agencies are represented in the December 2020 work program. UNDP has 5 projects with a total of $35.64 million, followed by UNIDO with $9.8 million. FAO, UNEP, and WWF US are included in the work program with $5 million each. I would like to note happily that this is the first time that WWF US has submitted a full-size proposal for the LDCF, and this helps to diversify the roster of agencies that are available to the LDCs and to the adaptation agenda. So thank you for that. The GEF cumulative programming shows, GEF 7 cumulative programming shows a more balanced distribution with 11 agencies participating, and no agency having more than 1/3 of the portfolio approximately. UNDP has approximately 35%, followed by FAO with 28%, Africa Development Bank with 11%, followed by UNIDO and UNEP, each with 6%. Next. I'm also happy to report that all 9 projects included in this work program respond to the ambition and to the requirements that are included in the GEF policy on gender equality, with all projects considering gender at the initial design, including also gender disaggregated beneficiaries and other requirements, as you can see in the slide. Next one. The 9 projects in this work program will generate results across the adaptation core indicators. The work program will directly benefit 1.1 million people, of which 47% are female. The work program is also positively impacting 395,000 hectares of land that will come under climate resilient management. In addition, 62 policies, plans, and development frameworks will be introduced or implemented, and some 25,000 people, 46% being female, will have enhanced their capacity to identify climate risks and engage in adaptation measures. Let me close this presentation by highlighting that STAP, our Scientific and Technical Advisory Panel, has reviewed all 9 projects, and all were rated either as a concur or minor issues to be addressed in design, and we want to thank staff for its engagement throughout this process and for the very relevant inputs. So with that, next slide, I turn it over to you, Carlos Manuel, and thank you very much for the opportunity, and sorry for the initial technical glitches, and thanks, Nico, for coming to rescue. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Gustavo, for the presentation. No worries. With this, I would like to open the floor for questions and comments from Council. We'll pass it over to our Secretary, William, who will be announcing the list of the speakers. William, over to you.
Thank you, Cordula from Germany, followed by Tanya from Finland.
Thank you, William, and thank you, Carlos, for your introduction, and Gustavo for your presentation. As you are aware, Germany considers the LDCF to be a key instrument of the GEF family when it comes to targeting resources to those countries most in need and most affected by the consequences of climate change and biodiversity loss. We have therefore provided continued support to the LDCF since its beginning, and most recently 25 million euros in 2019 and 25 million euros in 2020, and we also hope to be able to continue to do so in future. The LDCF is doing great work, but it could play an even more important role in complementing the climate finance architecture, especially with the future adaptation. I think Carlos has made some good points in his introduction. We hear continued pleas for additional funding for the LDCF, and we believe that it needs a lot better marketing. As outlined in previous meetings, the LDCF could profit from a more proactive role of the GEF, including at its highest level, and I was very pleased, Carlos, to hear from you that you are taking this up. You should try to showcase its results. And I also appreciate the approaches to cooperate with other agencies, is also with a view to comparative advantages with the GCF, for example. This being said, we welcome the work program as it is proposed, and we would like to thank all staff for its efforts despite the difficult circumstances. COVID-19 crisis shows how valuable and relevant the work of the LDCF is. Building resilience and diversifying livelihoods in vulnerable communities has been crucial before and becomes even more important in times of crisis. We see the LDCF as a key actor to support green recovery efforts in LDCs and remain fully committed to its work. Focusing on this work program, we welcome the proposed resource allocation and especially the high proportion of projects in Africa is appreciated. We also note that with this work program, all 17 LDCs will have successfully accessed LDCF resources in just 7, and thank the Secretariat for its outreach and efforts. Overall, we welcome the alignment of the proposed projects with national priorities and adaptation plans, as well as the goals and objectives outlined in the GEF 7 adaptation strategy. As always, we have a set of comments and requests, which we will provide in writing within the determined time frame. With regards to the issues surrounding the UNDP projects, we support the revised decision text that has been provided to us by the Secretariat, and expect that it will be accommodating the discussion we had just in the beginning of this meeting to make sure it meets the concerns of all council members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tanya from Finland, followed by Stephanie from France.
Thank you, and thank you, Carlos, for the opening remarks, and thank you, Gustavo, for the presentation. I have 3 points to make. First, our constituency supports the work program, and we are pleased to see that the Secretariat, together with organizations, has been able to plan support to LDC countries during the pandemic. Second, we are also pleased to see that consideration of the impacts and opportunities of COVID-19 pandemic have been included in project proposals. However, it is important to increase efforts to reach out to countries that have not accessed LDCF resources under the GEF 7. And thirdly, use of digital tools in the implementation of the LDCF project is also good for future capacity development, and we hope that this will become standardized elements of LDCF project implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie, for France, followed by Marita from Sweden.
Thanks to the GEF Secretariat, the countries, the operational focal points, the implementing agencies, and the partners for the preparation of the new work program of the LDCF, in particular in the specific and difficult conditions we know in 2020 with the COVID crisis going on. It is particularly important to continue projects in LDCs and seeds, and you make it possible, not only dealing with the situation to continue to appraise these projects, but also taking into account the current crisis, its root causes and its potential impacts in the process and in the projects themselves. Besides, we welcome the specific focus put on the coordination between GEF and GCF. I'll take a couple of minutes just to highlight, in particular, 3 projects. The first one, in the fragile context of Mali, the project about climate security and sustainable management of natural resources in the central regions of Mali for peace building, as indeed we share the idea that conservation of biodiversity and can be a driver of peace building. The second one, strengthening human and natural systems resilience to climate change through mangrove ecosystems conservation and sustainable use in southern Benin, where France and the FEFEM are also supporting 2 projects of nature-based solutions with mangroves, one in South cooperation with the Costa Rica, and another one called WACA project with the World Bank. And third, on the ecosystem-based approach for resilient natural resources and agropastoral communities in the fallow biosphere reserve and plateau of Thiès, as France, the French Agency for Development and the FEFEM are also supporting projects on these same issues in this area that suffered a lot from COVID-19 boomerang effects on land degradation caused by the ban on people movement preventing the cattle transhumance. However, as for the GEF work program, the UNDP represents a large share of this work program. This concentration is of concern. It's also a risk with regard to the information on the audit we already discussed. And for this reason, we thank the GEF Secretariat to have just sent an amended decision, including the conditions agreed for the GEF work program. In that regard, we support the decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Marita from Sweden, followed by Sana from the CSO Network.
Thank you, William. Thank you to the Secretariat and to all countries involved in this work program, which we support. We think it's, we would like to stress, especially in light of the COVID, how important it is to focus on diversification of livelihoods in the most vulnerable societies. We would also like we did in the GEF, like we did in the GEF, we would also appreciate more information on expected project cancellations or project restructuring, so that would be useful. I would like to share the comments made by Cordula on the LDCF in general. We also think the LDCF is doing great work, but the key problem is the uncertainty of mid to long-term financing. And we are, since last year, we took a decision last year to provide multi-annual support over 4 years, amounting to 520 million Swedish crowns. We would also urge or encourage, I should rather say, other countries to do the same. Because this is a big problem for the LDCF to have predictability in the financing, and it also creates uncertainties that can lead to inefficiencies. We agree with Germany that more could be done on visibility, and we think given that the LDCF is doing great work, we would also encourage you to reach out and strengthen this aspect of your work. We also welcome the closer cooperation with GCF and are happy to listen to further initiatives. It sounds very promising that you are also considering other areas of cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sano from the CSO network, followed by Liesl from Denmark.
Thank you very much. And we appreciate the presentation made by Gustavo. This is really very good. And it addresses many issues we have been requesting for. And one of the key point addressed like gender issues. Thanks for this. But still, I have a concern that the gender issues, it doesn't talk about the sex disaggregated capacity baseline and risk baseline or livelihood baseline. If we know this livelihood baseline, then it helps to set a target what to be achieved. So my question to Gustavo, kindly clarify how will you quantify the progress from this area we'll be making. And relating to capacity building, we want to request to think about the policy area and then implementation area, monitoring and evaluation area, so that again we can quantify the progress made and we can based on the set targets. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So Liesl from Denmark, followed by Shella from the United States.
Thank you, William. From Denmark's side, we would certainly like to continue to recognize the importance of the LDCF, and we last gave contribution in 2019, and we'll certainly be committed to looking at future support. We very much welcome the work program and appreciate all the work that's been done in what has been a very difficult period. We're very happy to see that there are some new countries that have submitted for consideration, and in particular for Denmark, very happy to see that there is a good geographical focus on Africa. We would like to echo a number of our fellow council members' comments with regarding to the heavy number of projects again submitted by UNDP, and very grateful that the revised decision text has already been sent to us, and we support that. And I can also say that I'd like to echo Marita's comment about requesting regular updates on any potential further impacts on project implementation of the pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Shella from the US, followed by Stefan from Switzerland.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the GEF Secretariat, the implementing agencies in the countries for this work program, particularly given the extraordinary challenges in the time of COVID-19. Due to this virtual format, I'll be limiting my intervention, but I do want to say that with regard to the issues surrounding the UNDP projects, we support the compromise language that was just adopted by the GEF Council, and ask that this be adopted for the LDCF and SCCF work plans as well. We believe it strikes a balance between allowing the UNDP project development to move forward while providing oversight and accountability through the OAI and third-party review process. We will submit a statement on the work program in writing for inclusion in the chair's summary, and we'll also submit detailed comments on the work program by email in advance of the January 11th deadline. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Stefan from Switzerland, you have the floor, followed by Tom.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Gustavo, and your colleagues and the agencies and the countries to have put together a very good and solid work program, especially considering the circumstances, even more appreciated. I would like to single out one point that has not yet been made. Of course, we appreciate that you work together with the GCF. The community always asks for complementarity and synergies. And there I would like to ask you, where do you see the most tangible and most important benefits of this cooperation, and what are the major challenges? And do you envisage, if I understood you right, to enhance this collaboration? Thank you. Over.
Thank you very much. Tom from Canada has the floor.
Good morning, everyone. Just a few quick points. Thank you, Carlos, for the opening remarks talking about innovative finance, the advances on gender, as well as innovations such as challenge funds, challenge program, blended finance for the poorest and most vulnerable, least developed countries. We looked at the work program, and we really welcome quite a lot of attention to gender issues in there. And just like others, we will provide written comments before January 11th. Just want to lend support to everyone who wanted to support the migration of the language on UNDP, which we have discussed over the past 5 days, to this particular work program as well. And the time that we took, 5 days, to make sure that the Council is united, in our view, has been worth it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No more speakers. Back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you all for this. And indeed, Tom, we are working on precisely on that very specific topic that we totally agree with you and others. So with this, I will pass it over to Gustavo to respond to questions and react to comments from Council. Gustavo, over to you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we do.
I must apologize because I'm actually working out of my phone. My computer, for whatever reason, went bust, and that's probably the reason why the presentation didn't work well. But I hope you're seeing me and that you're hearing me well. So first of all, Virgil, thank you very much. You've always been a great supporter, and Germany has been a great supporter of the LDCF, and thanks for being with us throughout this journey, and we take the point about increasing the visibility of this fund, and we had many conversations with Carlos Manuel as well, and he's ready to enhance our outreach efforts and including to the Global Commission on Adaptation. So thanks a lot for the encouraging words on this and also on the work program. To Tanjat of Finland, thank you for the support for the work program. And also on the second point, we also want to make sure that we leave no LDCs behind, and we'll reach out to all the LDCs. We've been trying to do this very closely, and including those that have not accessed LDCF in GEF 7. To France, we acknowledge the great work that the French government is undertaking to present opportunities for the LDCF to maximize synergies and increase impact to achieve these shared goals for these countries. On UNDP, we heard a few times already. We will, of course, bring that particular language to us. I'll just stop because I think I managed to get that. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, we have you back.
Thank you very much. I apologize for the glitches. I was addressing the France's comments. And on the UNDP, and we have indeed tried to get more balance on the LDCF portfolio. It hasn't been easy because of the issues we discussed throughout the past 4 days in terms of being ready for countries to access proper agency support. But we hear you, and actually it's been decreasing over time, so we are in the right direction. And we also bring the language that we agreed just a few minutes ago back into the decision of LDCF. Sweden, thank you for your support. You raised a good point regarding uncertainty, and we appreciate the multi-year support as Sweden has announced. And I think this is very good for us to introduce a measure of predictability in our portfolio. I think that this needs to be discussed further, Marita, for the new strategy development, particularly next year. So thanks a lot for these remarks. I will also address Denmark, and first of all, thanks for your support. We are committed to continue to provide updates on COVID and other matters related to this. We will wait for written comments from all of you, as the U.S. has anticipated. And Stefan, first of all, thanks for the feedback that we got on the work program. And GEF GCF engagement, that's been quite an area of growth for us. It's a learning process because both funds have, as you know, we've been involved in this for a long time on both sides. They have different procedures, different policies, different project cycle frameworks. But still, there's a great, I would say, willingness on the part of both secretariats to continue to find avenues for collaboration, and we have designed what we've been calling the structured dialogues, in which we bring ourselves together with certain countries that might be ready for this engagement. That brings not only us, in many instances, also other funds, to see how we can be mutually reinforcing and also avoiding duplication. I think Carlos Manuel, this was one of his first agenda items when he came to the GEF, and after I finish perhaps the set of comments, maybe Carlos Manuel can comment in more detail, his vision for this, and particularly on trying to clarify questions of complementarity, questions of respective comparative advantages, and how we can, create not only an atmosphere, but also the processes that are needed to allow for efficiency to be realized across these two funds and even across more of the funds that exist, including the Adaptation Fund and others. So thank you for that, and Carlos Manuel, I'm sure will take this on as well. Canada, thanks for your support as always, including the Challenge Program. Tom, you've been a great ally on bringing this agenda to the GEF, particularly on our engagement with private sector. Climate change adaptation hasn't been a topic that's well understood by the private sector. Opportunities are not necessarily very frequent, but we have some inroads, and I think we can use the LDCF and the SCCF to promote innovation and also introduce market-based mechanisms to make adaptation also an area of investment by commercial capital, and also a source of blended finance opportunities. So thanks a lot, Tom, for this. The CSO remark on baselines. in the review process, particularly a multi-trust fund project in Benin and Mali, we recommended the use of tools developed and applied in the IAP, particularly on food security, that has advanced a lot to better assess these socioeconomic benefits and determine, progress against the baselines. Finland commented on digital tools, and we agree this is very important. And I think if there is any silver lining on the pandemic, is that we learn how to make better use and more uses out of these technology tools and digital tools that have been available, perhaps overlooked. And now we are seeing more and more that these, and I'll touch on that on the progress report that I will present later, how we can, make better use of innovation. And LDCF has done that including this work program. Let me see. The Sierra Leone project, indeed, going back to Finland's point, will develop a digital marketplace to connect small enterprises to communities, to investors, and that may allow for scaling up of initiatives going forward. So I think, Carlos Manuel, that I've addressed most, if not all questions. I was trying to juggle between my phone and the computer. Maybe I haven't missed something, but I hope I addressed most of it, and apologies again for the glitches. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Gustavo. You did very well, and indeed I will be complementing. And after I give the floor to Antonio and Julio, who want to say something to us. So, William, over to you.
Thank you, Antonio. You have the floor, followed by Julio. Okay, let's start with Julia then while Antonio comes on. Julia,
muchas gracias por cederme la palabra.
Sí, adelante.
Nuestra circunscripción agradece a los países donantes y a la Secretaría del MAP por su intención de dinamizar este programa. Alentamos a la Secretaría del MAP para que vea la posibilidad de que haya equilibrio entre los PMAs y los PI, es decir, equilibrio entre los países menos avanzados y los pequeños estados insulares en desarrollo, puesto que estos estados últimos sufren grandes impactos sobre el cambio climático y ese programa efectivamente podría reforzar las capacidades en cuanto a mecanismos de adaptación al cambio climático, así como otros enfoques de resiliencia. Muchas gracias por vuestra atención.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. In our jurisdiction, we would like to thank donor countries and the GEF Secretariat for this program. We would like to call the attention of the GEF Secretariat for them to seek a balance in terms of the interventions between those middle-income countries and low-income countries, so PMA and PIET, because the last suffer the severe impacts of climate change and the need for resilience. They need to be reinforced in terms of their capacities for adaptation and resilience. So thank you very much again for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Julio from Angola has the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, William. I come on behalf of Southern Africa constituency to welcome the working program. We are very happy to see the presentation that Gustavo has done to us, and also to congratulate the GEF Secretariat for the hard work that has done in elaborating this working program. We could realize that there was a lot of exercise to bring the vision that we could see which is inside this working program, and we support the working program. We actually saw the Angola as well. As we know, Angola will be graduating next year. Will no longer benefit from the LDCF funds, but we're happy. We have a project called Climate Change Resilience with and management in conservation areas for sustainable development. The Conservation International. It was quite difficult for us because we start that program, that project with the World Bank, but there was changes on World Bank ways of working, and then we had to pass the project to the Conservation International. And once again, thank GEF Secretariat to support us in translating this project from the World Bank to the CI in the way that things are going in a proper way. And then once again, thank you, Gustavo, for the work program. Thank you.
Thank you. No further speakers. Back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, William, and thank you, Gustavo, for your reactions. I would like to complement your intervention with 3 topics. One is, indeed, I've been working very close with the head of the different climate funds, and particularly with the Green Climate Fund, and we are very close to have an understanding on a new engagement that we call the long-term vision for the complementarities. For the last 5 years, we've been working very, very close with the Green Climate Fund in terms of, a very specific framework of collaboration. And now, as they go to their first main round of global investment, I've been able to propose them that we should look on the long run and be able to understand that we shouldn't just be collaborating rather than complementing. The GEF is a mature organization, 30 years of good on-the-ground experience with a lot of science, strong partnerships, and is nimble in what they do and what we do. So we can be, in terms of implementing the international multilateral agreements, we have found that the GEF can be quickly on the ground, creating the piloting, doing the enabling conditions as the Green Climate Funds can come in, doing the upscaling and amplification. So the conversation has gone very well, and most probably in a month we can be able to brief Council on where we are in terms of this new approach that we're doing. In terms of with the other funds, we continue to engage on a more strategic manner. What we do with the Adaptation Fund is extremely interesting. The results that we have on the ground on where we work together, particularly when we work in ecosystem-based adaptation, we see that those farms that are working with our support do way more better after the big weather event or the big drought. Those farms that work based on persistence-based adaptation do way better than the farms which are not there. So we've been able to develop a good set of technical tools. Our toolbox is great, and yes, the goal is to amplify. How do we amplify the adaptation effort? And yes, we understand that adaptation is just a small percentage of global finance. It's less than 20%. And here are a couple of things that I want to share with Council on the lines of Tom and others' comments, and based on what I said in my introductory remarks, which is the huge potential to mobilize resources from all sources, particularly from domestic sources, to be able to deal with the adaptation gap. The first thing we need to realize is that developing countries are already investing a huge amount of resources in climate-related investments, particularly in adaptation. But they don't realize that because there is not a budget item that says adaptation investments. Most of those budget lines are coming from the ministries of infrastructure, transportation, ministries of finance, that they have to step in and put the resources to do the repair after the huge extreme weather event. So the GEF can play a very interesting work of being able to do the adaptation expenditures review processes at the country level as we help countries to really understand their financial needs, as we work in understanding how much countries are investing in climate adaptation and helping them to understand what are their financial needs. We will have the gap, very clear gap, the adaptation gap at the country level. We don't have it. We don't have that kind of information. As we understand very clearly the financial gap for adaptation at the country level, the GEF can be very smart in focusing resources that can do that. And one key element that I will be pushing hard is what I just mentioned before, which is the tropical carbon tax. This is very different to the carbon tax that we all know. The carbon tax is a very northern concept, and it is oriented for industrialized countries, and it has mitigation objectives. The tropical carbon tax is a innovative developing country policy primarily for climate adaptation. The idea is to put a tax on carbon emission, particularly fossil fuels, that goes to forest funds. And those forest funds can do payments for environmental services. This is like doing Red Cross at the national level. These funds use those resources for forest conservation and forest restoration. Costa Rica has done it. Costa Rica generates $35 million every year on our carbon tax. The carbon tax in Costa Rica didn't came out of the blue or because in Costa Rica we had a lot of enlightened people. It came out of an effort within Costa Rica, the GEF, and the World Bank 25 years ago. Here we got this very productive tool and policy. Colombia has $250 million secure resources for payment for environmental services in post-conflict areas where deforestation is extremely high nowadays, to deal with the market failure and what will be the end result, investing in resilience. In Central America, we had 2 hurricanes in a month, heavily impacting Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua, even Costa Rica. And for us here in Central America, it was very clear what we found. It was very, very clear. Those areas with the highest forest cover were the areas with the lowest cost in lives and infrastructure. So it was very clear. Now there's going to be a meeting of presidents of Central America, which I will be attending, and because they will be requesting GEF and the Green Climate Fund resources to deal with this. And here's where we will put everything that we do in terms of climate adaptation, climate mitigation, in land restoration. And I tend to believe that once and for all, countries understood here in Central America that if we don't stop deforestation, if we don't restore the landscape, this will be a never-ending process, and this is a great opportunity. So I tend to believe that in this last part of GEF 7, and as we look towards GEF 8, with the aspiration of the transformational changes in GEF 9, the momentum is great to be able to help countries understand that we can catalyze political processes at the country level, whereby they can be way more effective in how they mobilize resources. And here's where these two funds can play a great role in helping countries deal with us. And yes, my final point is many countries are extremely resilient. I tend to, I'd like to begin next year to have a conversation how do we bring the vulnerability index in many of the things that we do at the GEF, particularly when we do the STAR allocation. That is something that I do have a lot of interest in that can help us because those kind of tools can give us a high return on our investment, and our investment will be cost efficient. So with this, I will thank everybody for the very good discussions that we had with respect to the work program of the least developed countries. And I would like to invite Council to adopt the draft decision that is included in document GF/SCF/29/03/Rev.001.
Thank you. Marita had requested the floor. Marita from Sweden.
Thank you, William. Thank you, Carlos Manuel, for those interesting comments. I just had a couple of questions on what you explained to us about the long-term vision on complementarity and on the work on adaptation. Do you foresee that this long-term vision or complementarity will include both the GEF and the LDCF in your approach to strengthen cooperation with the GCF and the Adaptation Fund? That's one question. The second question is that we are approached very often by different adaptation initiatives, and I feel that very often we don't have enough to show what we're actually doing with the LDCF to be able to counter new initiatives that are often not established or maybe inefficient or may lead to more fragmentation in the financing architecture. So it would be very helpful to have more information on all these efforts that you are describing on what you are doing and what you plan to do on adaptation. That would be very appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Marita, for your question. On your first question, I would say definitely yes. We see all the different investment windows and funds under the umbrella of the GEF that will participate directly with the Green Climate Fund. This is obvious to us because the complementarity requires all of our capacity to be oriented on the same direction. As countries need more clear understanding on how the GEF and the Green Climate Fund works. You know, when I was in government, I was always very, very confused, Marita, on how I can tap on the opportunities of these funds in a systematic manner. I knew what I can do with the GEF because I've been working with GEF for 30 years, but with the Green Climate Fund, I was a little bit confused, and I didn't know how I can build on a systematic approach with those two funds. So I brought that issue from government into my new position in the GEF, and I've been pushing for this. And I find when I came in, I found that there was all kind of dialogues and collaboration within the Green Climate Funds and our funds, but that is not what countries require at this moment. They need this. They need us to have this long-term vision. And a long-term vision that is grounded on a vision of complementarities. We share the same donors, we work in the same countries, so for me it is a responsibility to be able to provide countries and donors with this comprehensive long-term approach as we finish, I hope, in COP26, everything pending from the Paris Agreement. And we will move on 100% on implementing the Paris Agreement. So no more climate negotiations. Now we need to concentrate on implementation. And in this context, this is what we should be doing within our funds. William, anybody else has requested the floor?
No further speaker, thank you.
Okay, once more, I would like to invite Council to adopt the draft decision for the work program of the least developed countries fund. I don't see any council member asking for the floor, so I will we adopt the decision of the work program of the least developed countries fund. I thank you all, Congress, for this decision. I want to thank the Secretariat for the great effort of the approval of this work program. Thank you so much. Now I go to agenda item number 4, sorry, which is the annual monitoring review of the least developed countries fund and the Spatial Climate Change Fund. I would like to invite Ms. Chizuri Aoki to present the document, GF/LDCF.29/04/Rev01 Annual Monitoring Review of the Least Developed Countries Fund and the Spatial Climate Change Fund. Over to you, Ms. Chizuru.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I hope you can see the presentation on screen. Can someone confirm, please?
Yes. Thank you.
Great. Okay. I have the pleasure of introducing the fiscal year 19 annual monitoring review of the Least Developed Countries Fund and the Special Climate Change Fund. This review describes the performance and results of, as well as some of the emerging lessons learned from the portfolio of projects and programs financed under the LDCF and the SCCF. Projects included in this review started implementation on the last day of GEF 6, before June 30th of 2018, and were under implementation during at least part of the fiscal year 2019. Now, some of you might be wondering that you saw the GEF, and approved the monitoring report for the GEF Trust Fund for fiscal year 20. And some of you will be wondering why we are presenting the fiscal year 19 report for the LDCF and SCCF now. The reason is that for the LDCF and SCCF, the AMR is typically presented to Council during the spring meeting. And because we were unable to present that during the June 2020 Council, we're presenting this to you now. So we're 6 months behind in presenting this to the LDCF and SCCF Council. Let me start with the LDCF and its active portfolio. This year's cohort included 101 projects, totaling $581 million of LDCF financing, as well as approximately $3 billion in co-financing. Of the project financing committed, $365 million, or approximately 63%, have been dispersed as of June 30th, 2019. In terms of the regional distribution of projects, 68% of the resources were programmed in Africa and 28% in Asia. And as you know, among the 47 LDCs, there are 9 countries that are also CIS. They're called the LDC CIS. So we were also tracking the resource flow to these LDC CIS, and these countries received 20% approximately of the resources in the active portfolio in this AMR. Now let me say a few words about the sectors covered in the active portfolio for fiscal year 19. Consistent with the priorities identified in LDC's National Adaptation Program Action, NAPAs, and sometimes nationally determined contributions, 30% of projects in the active portfolio are primarily working to reduce the vulnerability of agricultural production and food systems. So other priority sectors included in this year's portfolio were natural resources management, which were for 20% of the portfolio, followed by disaster risk management, which was for about 14% of the portfolio. Other sectors covered included coastal zone management, water resources management, climate information services, and cross-cutting initiatives. The AMR assessed the performance of the ongoing 101 LDCF projects based on two ratings of implementation progress, IP, and development objectives. IP ratings are based on progress made during a given reporting period, whereas the DO ratings are based on the likelihood that a project will achieve its stated objective by the end of the implementation period. 88% of the LDCF projects in the active portfolio were rated moderately satisfactory or higher for both the development objectives as well as implementation progress ratings. None of the projects were rated as highly unsatisfactory. 2 projects received an unsatisfactory rating and 10 received a moderately unsatisfactory rating. So we looked at some of these projects that were not performing so well. As described in the document, try to understand what is causing the issues with these projects. The 2 projects that received the unsatisfactory rating were both in early stages of implementation, but experienced significant delays in starting field work for a number of reasons. And those reasons contributed to the lower ratings that you see here. A complete list of all the projects with both ratings for the IP and DO is included in the annex to the AMR. Now, here's a snippet, the table that summarizes some of the results achieved by the LDCF portfolio, both for cumulative, which Council had asked for, as well as for the active portfolio in fiscal year 19. The table is framed around strategic objectives of the LDCF and SCCF strategy for 2014 and 2019, because almost all the projects that you are seeing here are from GEF 6 and perhaps a little bit for GEF 5. And the indicators are for the portfolio level ones. Cumulative results are for 243 projects, while the fiscal year 19 portfolio, as I described earlier, are for 101 projects. Cumulative results of the LDCF portfolio already included more than 16 million direct beneficiaries and over 500,000 people trained in various aspects of climate change adaptation. Through LDCF finance projects, an estimated 3.1 million hectares of land have been brought under more resilient management. Moreover, 178 regional, national, sector-wide policies and plans or frameworks in LDCs have been strengthened and developed to better address climate change risks and adaptation. One takeaway, if I may, one takeaway from this table is that a significant share of cumulative results achieved by the LDCF can actually be attributed to the active fiscal year 19 portfolio across all indicators. So as a snapshot, we can see that newer projects, the ones that are actively under implementation, are relatively speaking and on average more impactful as a cohort compared to the cumulative results that we have for the entirety of LDCF in its existence. Now, let us turn to the SCCF. The cohort covered 41 projects. The total SCCF project financing amounted to $149 million, with co-financing of approximately $1.7 billion. $99 million had been dispersed as of June 30th of 2019. In terms of regional distribution, you see a fairly balanced distribution in Latin America, Africa, Asia, as well as Europe and Central Asia. Once again, for CIS, the total resource flow for CIS as a group is about 7%. In terms of sector coverage, 25% of the projects in the active portfolio are primarily working to reduce vulnerability to agriculture production and food systems. So the top category for the portfolio supported for the SCCF and LDCF are both agriculture. The second highest for the SCCF is water resources management, which is a little bit different from what was the second one for the LDCF. And the third one is the disaster risk management. The listing continues to other infrastructure type interventions, natural resource management, cross-cutting areas, and then coastal zone management. Now let us turn to the FCCF project performance. Once again, the development objective as well as implementation progress objectives. 85% of the FCCF projects in the active portfolio were rated moderately satisfactory or higher in terms of their progress towards development objectives. 78% were rated moderately satisfactory or higher in their implementation progress. One project received an unsatisfactory rating for DO and a highly unsatisfactory rating for IP. The major reasons for this rating were shortcomings in the design of the projects, which was basically too ambitious, and also absence of critical staff members for long periods of the implementation. The agency is cognizant of the situation, and we are informed the assessment has been made to effectively rectify the situation. And despite these challenges, some key foundations have been laid by the project, and they are expected to contribute to increased resilience against the impacts of climate change among beneficiary communities. And here is a table that summarizes achieved results. Cumulative results are for 86 projects, while the fiscal year 19 portfolio is for 41 projects, as I described. As of June 30th, 2019, cumulative results for the FCCF included 6 million direct beneficiaries and over 77,000 people trained in various aspects of climate change adaptation. Through FCCF finance projects, an estimated 6 million hectares of land has been brought under more resilient management. Now, this is my last slide. The AMR also looked into illustrative examples to highlight lessons learned, challenges, and successful. As the documents that we use to do the AMR are not primarily intended to generate in-depth qualitative analysis, what we're presenting here in the report are treated more as highlights as well as snippets of lessons learned. Nevertheless, building on existing community and ecosystems can enhance resilience and sustainability while ensuring strong engagement for the local communities. I think this is well accepted, and this AMR once again show that. The second element is capacity building and continuous support and importance of those support, which can facilitate the impact of implementation of various adaptation techniques, technologies, practices. The third element is an importance of private sector engagement. And in this cohort, it was interesting to see different types of private sector engagement being highlighted. We had more traditional elements that had exploring business opportunities with planned marketing to create systemic impact. We also had one project that really focused on mobilizing private sector investments in climate resilience and adaptation, which received highly satisfactory ratings. So it's also good for the LDCF and the SCCF to see emergence of different types of private sector engagement support. Finally, execution arrangement actually does matter a lot. Absence of critical staff and perhaps a mismatch between the perceived project needs and the policy set up by the executing institutions can have significant impact on the project implementation, as well as other cascading consequences that the project as well as the institutions and country would meet with. So careful attention being paid to the execution arrangements as well as alignment with good policies for us to be able to implement the project needs is another element identified as something very important for us to look into. Thank you very much for the attention, and we would be pleased to answer questions that you may have.
Thank you, Chizuru, for your presentation. And with this, I would like to open the floor to Council for questions and comments. William will be assisting us with the list of speakers. Over to you, William.
Thank you. Tanya from Finland has the floor.
Thank you. And thank you, Chizuru, for the presentation and for the review. It is very good to see a geographical good distribution of the LDCF projects. Also, a good share of projects are rated as satisfactory or moderately satisfactory. Only a small part are highly satisfactory. We wonder if you could elaborate reasons why this is the case. We also pay close attention to the gender equality, and we are pleased to see broad inclusion of gender activities. However, once again, we wish to emphasize the importance of collection and use of gender disaggregated data. We are also pleased to see and hear about the engagement with the private sector. We would like to know whether the engagement with private sector will be included in the reporting of the new private sector engagement strategy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Cordula from Germany, followed by Marita from Sweden. We can't hear you, Cordula.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Shizuko, for the presentation. We welcome the annual monitoring review, and we appreciate the progress made in reporting portfolio level performance, results, and lessons learned under the LDCF and the SCCF. And as I said before, since we would like you to make more publicity for the LDCF, we would appreciate if you could use material that you are getting from all these reviews and reporting also in the presentation of the fund to the outside world. I also find the question, Tanya's question from just before, interesting and important. Why you do not get any projects that perform, or hardly any projects that perform outstandingly, and what could be done to increase the share of these kind of outcomes? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Marita from Sweden, followed by Gillian from Jamaica.
Thank you, William. I can be short. I fully share the points made already by Cordula and Tanya. We welcome the good results and the more comprehensive reporting on gender integration. But as we know, LDCF still has a way to go to come up to the same level as the GEF, and so we would encourage the LDCF to continue this work in line with the policies that we have, strategies approved in the GEF. Apart from that, I have no more comments for the time being. I'm interested in hearing the responses to the questions posed by my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gillian from Jamaica, followed by Riso from Denmark.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, something is wrong with my video. And to thank Chizuru for her report, very comprehensive. And I think the performance of both the LDCF and the SCCF has been very commendable. I just have a few questions, however. I just wanted to know whether there was a report on the cumulative impacts of both funds and any targets that we had set. So how are we in terms of overall targets and the cumulative impacts that we have made from both funds? In respect to the LDCF, it was interesting to note that even though the agriculture sector is the one that has the most allocation in terms of resources, in terms of the agency that is implementing most of the project, it's not the specialist agency. So I just wanted to find out whether or not going forward there will be, if a country chooses a particular agency or the agency approaches a country and it's got a specialist agency, for instance, where there will be some partnership between agencies in helping the country to implement specific projects. So agriculture would then, we have a UN specialist agency that would assist in implementing that project. And lastly, could we also say how it is that, for instance, what has happened this year, for instance, in the Americas this year, we've had a lot of issues disaster risk reduction, and wondering, I know it's third in the list, but how it is that we can move up some of these things based on the reality on the ground, what we know is happening and how countries are being recipient countries are being impacted. If we can start to prioritize those types of issues for the next round of projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lizo from Denmark, followed by Sano from the TSO.
Thank you, William. Just also from Denmark, like to thank you very much for the report and the presentation given today. We very much welcome the progress that's been reported, but actually very pertinent point raised by Finland and backed up by Germany and Sweden. We'd really like to hear a bit more details about those results, why they are being reflected that way. And obviously part of the motivation is potentially also we are concerned that such a heavy proportion of those are UNDP projects. So for our information and due diligence, I think this is important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sano, you have the floor.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah.
Actually, you're very cut up, Sano. You've disappeared. You can give it another try because we can't hear you, Sano. Well, maybe you can put your comments in the chat. So let me go back in the meantime to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, William, and thanks, Council member, for those questions. I would like to invite Chizuru to respond to them. Chizuru, over to you.
Julio, you want to take the floor? Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. No, just would like to support the report and the colleagues and congratulate the presentation that has been done. Over. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Isuru, over to you.
You're muted, Chiz.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, I will learn one of these days. Thank you so much for the very positive encouragement as well as support for the elements included in the annual monitoring report, as well as the overall performance included in the report so far. So Finland asked a very good question as to why there are so few highly satisfactory projects included in this cohort. I think a couple of things that we can elaborate on that one. Particularly for the LDCF, these projects are taking place in highly challenging as well as fragile economies. So, and we're applying basically a set scale to look into the performance across all kinds of different countries. So we also need to take into consideration that the particular circumstances that these projects are being operated in the LDCF continent, LDC context can be actually challenging. Another element is this is a response that are coming from the agencies themselves. And we also would like to actually keep track of any differences in the ratings across the portfolio across the years, so that we can have a little bit more informed insight into the overall performance throughout the years. And we hope to be able to provide further insights into that in the next AMR as well as subsequent AMRs. Thank you also for comments on the importance of gender. It is one of the key elements for the new strategy, and we are taking more care to keep track of the gender mainstreaming as well as other gender elements moving forward. And I do think that as the AMR starts to look into newer and newer in portfolio, the importance of gender and more special and explicit recognition of gender elements are being teased out a little bit better than I would say some of the AMR reports that were put on the table a few years ago. So we will continue to look into those, and we will continue to report on the gender relevant elements in the AMR moving forward. Private sector, yes, it will be reported, included in the report that goes to GEF Council. I also want to highlight that we have been including private sector relevant elements into the LDCF and SCCF progress report. So there will be opportunity to look into different elements of how the private sector's engagement is being promoted and implemented in the portfolio, GEF as a whole, as well as for the LDCF and SCCF in particular. Regarding the good comments from Cordula, we hear you and thank you for your support. We are looking into including updated information as well as lessons learned, and do more outreach activities to make sure that the lessons learned as well as what exactly the LDCF and SCCF are supporting can be more widely understood and the word can get out. Jillian asked a question on, can we have this report against the target? Because the LDCF and SCCF are voluntary contribution funds, in other words, we don't know how much resources that we're expected to have during a given 4-year GEF cycle. It doesn't, the nature of the fund construct doesn't enable us to set clear targets to achieve. So what we have done so far is reporting on the cumulative as well as snapshots results, because we don't have anything to peg those against specific targets that have been set, because there is no agreement on the targets as a whole for the cohort. Okay, there were questions regarding the agency distribution. One of the things that we have been making efforts in GEF 7 is to ensure there is engagement of additional agencies, and countries are also aware of the opportunities that all the different agencies can provide to them in the LDCF and SCCF programming. So what we have seen so far, particularly in GEF 7, is a more balanced portfolio of agencies. And in fact, FAO is one of the stronger agencies in terms of the portfolio distribution in GEF 7. And we've also seen EFAD and other agencies engage or perhaps re-engage in the LDCF and also SCCF portfolio, which we find to be very encouraging. And we will continue to get the word out to the countries that there is a wide list of agencies from which the countries can choose to work with to address their priorities, as well as needs in adaptation resilience. Yeah, in terms of the question related to, yeah, I think I answered the agency distribution question already. So with that, I turn back to the chair, unless there are questions I missed that I can elaborate further.
You have a question in the chat if you want to address it.
Okay, just a second. Okay, I see 2 comments. One is from the comment from Cook Islands on the LDCF and SCCF. Most Pacific Island countries are eligible for the LDCF, and a few countries have or will soon graduate from the LDC status. Yet we remain highly vulnerable to climate change. Several countries in the region this year have to deal with the dual challenges of COVID and tropical storms. We asked the GEF CEO to prioritize Pacific Islands for funding within the SCCF, such as through support for regional projects that may be blended with GEF Trust Fund resources and deliver multiple benefits. Thank you for that comment. Indeed, one of the priorities for the GEF 7 SCCF programming is to address vulnerability as well as specific challenges of CIS. And we have been able to support multi-trust fund projects at the regional level that would address the regional and specific needs. And we will be looking into additional opportunities to do such programming for the remainder of the GEF 7 period. I also see one comment from the CSO network. Would you like to promote the national level multi-stakeholder dialogue platform as proposed? About capacity building, we know you did not have baseline yet. My question to you, have any plan to have the sex aggregated risk and vulnerability baseline, livelihoods baseline, set target and work accordingly? Actually, for the LDCF and SCCF, particularly for the GEF 7 projects, we are actually keeping track of indicators in sex and gender aggregated manner. And that would enable us to provide further insight into how we're doing in terms of addressing the gender concerns, as well as being able to compare the baseline versus the initiatives achieved, the impacts achieved through the initiatives at the conclusion of the project. And the question regarding the importance of the multi-stakeholder dialogue platforms, within specific projects and programs, there's a number of initiatives for the LDCF in particular that the dialogue as well as multi-stakeholder engagement have been promoted and supported. So we already have examples of doing that. Thank you very much. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chizuru, for you answering the questions and reacting to the comments of council members. I would like now to, having completed the discussion, I would like to invite now the council members to adopt the draft decision that is included in document GF/LDCF/SCCF.29/04/Rev01. Thank you. Decision adopted. Thank you so much. We go now over to agenda number 5, progress report of the Least Developed Countries Fund and the Special Climate Fund. I would like to invite Gustavo Fonseca to present document GF/LDCF/SCCF.29/05. Progress report for the Least Developed Countries Fund and the Special Climate Change Fund. Over to you, Gustavo.
Thank you very much, Chair. On behalf of the Secretariat, I'd like to introduce the progress report on the LDCF and the SCCF. The report describes the progress that were made in the operations of both funds since the inception, and particularly during the period from November 2019 and October of 2020. As a GEF Secretariat did not submit the progress report at the last council meeting, you will recall that we had a very abbreviated council meeting because of the operations over the virtual platform. This document now fills that gap and reports on the activities that have been undertaken by the Secretariat since the last report was presented to you in December of 2019. Next slide, please. At the end of September of 2020, the cumulative pledges to the LDCF amounted to approximately $1.6 billion. On the resources that were pledged, $1.5 billion, or 94%, had been paid, and $10 million of pledges to the LDCF remained outstanding. During the reporting period, $27.36 million were received in new pledges from 5 donors: Belgium, Finland, Iceland, Ireland, and Switzerland. And total contributions received amount to $151.09 million in this reporting period, coming from Belgium, Denmark, Finland, Germany, Iceland, Ireland, Netherlands, Sweden, and Switzerland. Let me highlight here that the annual contributions received in the fiscal year of 2020 totaled $205.3 million, which is the highest level of annual contribution since the LDCF has been established. We would like to thank the donors for this result, for this support, and the funds available at the end of September for new approvals for this work program were $56.09 million. With the additional contributions received since September, approximately $82 million are now available. And we have before you, which we already approved, 9 projects which requested $63.87 million for financing and for the LDCF, and those have been now reserved for these 9 projects that were approved in the work program a few minutes ago. Next slide. The LDCF project funding approvals during the current reporting period are listed in this slide. I don't hope you to read all of this. These presentations will be made available for you in PDF. You can examine in more detail. So this information is going to be the next slide. But this table and the next one lists the 25 projects supported by the LDCF during this reporting period. 17 of next one. So next slide. No, prior slide. Thank you. Prior slide, Nico. 17 of these projects are full-size projects approved in the December 2019 work program and the June 2020 Council meetings, and 8 are medium-sized projects. Next. In GEF 7, the distribution of LDCF projects, and this was touched already in the work program discussion among agencies, reflects a general trend towards greater diversity and balance amongst agencies. During this reporting period, projects that were approved are implemented by 9 different agencies. UNDP continues to have the largest share of LDCF project in GEF 7, but with a reduced proportion in comparison with historical data, now 34.7%. Followed by FAO with 27.5%, and the African Development Bank with 11.3%. If we look at since the inception, 10 agencies have been involved in LDCF projects and programs, with again UNDP having the largest cumulative share of decisions with 49%, followed by FAO with 14% and UNEP with 13%. Other GEF agencies involved in LDC implementation include the African Development Bank, World Bank, IUCN, IFAD, Asian Development Bank, UNIDO, and Conservation International. Next slide, please. During the reporting period, 10 LDCF full-size projects involving 10 countries were endorsed by the CEO, meaning that they are ready for start of implementation, for a total of $61.61 million, of project finance, exclusive of fees and PPGs. These projects are expected to leverage $190 million in co-financing, even though, again, co-financing is not required for the LDCF. Next slide, please. In the progress report, we always like to exemplify the work of the fund with a particular example because it gives a little bit more depth to this work. This time I will focus on the project that aims to promote integrated adaptation and in the dry Miombo woodlands of Tanzania and on the drylands of Zanzibar, which aims to strengthen climate resilience on production systems, on supply chains for vulnerable communities to adapt to the impacts of climate change. It will use nature-based approaches to pilot and scale up the use of new technologies and also innovative financial incentives for adaptation. The project contributes to policy and planning at the national and regional levels by bringing together opportunities to strengthen climate resilience in agriculture value chains, international and regional level programming. Also, innovative aspects include creating access to markets for local producers, such as by strengthening small-scale farmers' easy access to agro-meteorological information and introducing new technologies for climate resilience. The project, this is a very important part of it. The project has strong ownership and benefits from participatory design with local communities, with the private sector, along with different levels of government, which increases the likelihood of the durability of the interventions through this broad-based ownership. And this was highlighted by staff as one of the key elements that need to be introduced in project design to ensure more durability of the GEF investments. The project will strengthen the resilience of an estimated 82,000 direct beneficiaries, 55% of whom are female, and place 27,000 hectares of land under climate resilience management. Next slide, please. The progress report provides a summary of the expected portfolio level results. 169 of the 197 projects endorsed or approved by the GEF CEO during this reporting period provided an estimate of the number of direct beneficiaries. The projects seek to directly reduce the vulnerability of more than 22.96 million people and put 3.48 million hectares of land under improved management. Given the mandate of the LDCF to support the preparation of NAP processes in LDCs, 95 projects are already supporting countries in their efforts to integrate climate change adaptation into 367 national development policies, plans, and frameworks. The LDCF also assists countries in laying the groundwork for climate resilient development through 86 projects, enabling countries to strengthen national hydromet and climate information services. I'd like to highlight here that the GEF partnership is being very proactive to identify opportunities to ensure investments in climate change adaptation contribute to addressing the effect of the pandemic of COVID-19. Benefiting from the insights of the GEF's COVID-19 task force that we had over the last 6-7 months, this includes analyzing and integrating pandemic-associated risks, impacts, and opportunities into the business of the LDCF and the business of the SCCF. The December 2020 work program that you just approved reflects these actions thoroughly. In addition, the LDCF and SCCF are actively monitoring and adjusting to the evolving impacts of the pandemic in its business, including through a set of actions that that would be incorporated in the various phases of project review cycle. Next slide. During the reporting period, the Secretariat completed consultations with 17 countries that had projects in the GEF 6 LDCF pipeline. There were 21 GEF 6 pipeline projects in total. Consultations were organized in person. They also took place over video conferencing, and when possible, they were also held in conjunction and in line with the GEF National Dialogue Initiative or through extended constituency meetings. Based on the outcomes of these consultations, the 21 projects have been updated, redesigned, or new priorities have been identified. This is part of the GEF 7 strategy to look at the pipeline and update it. So 3 projects from these countries are presented in the work program, and all 17 LDCs that had pipeline projects in GEF 6 will have successfully accessed LDCF resources in this current cycle. Next slide, please. Now moving on to the SCCF. As of September 30th, 2020, cumulative pledges to the SCCF amounted to $356.09 million. Of the total resources pledged, $349 million, or 98%, has been paid. As of October 31st, 2020, $361.93 million, or for 90 projects, has been approved for the SCCF. Of the total SCCF resources approved to date, $295 million have been for 73 projects on adaptation, while $60.67 million has been for projects that deal with technology transfer. Next slide, please. The set of SCCF projects approved during the current reporting period are listed here. 6.46 million in project finance was allocated from the SCCF to 7 medium-sized projects that took place, that were approved between November of 2019 and October of 2020, with co-financing approximately $40 million. 6 of these 7 projects are part of the Challenge Program for Adaptation Innovation, and 3 are multi-trust fund projects that bring resources together with the GEF Trust Fund. Next slide. In GEF, 7 agencies have had projects approved for support. But since the inception, 13 GEF agencies have been involved in SCCF projects. The World Bank has the largest share of portfolio with about 27%, followed by UNDP with 25% and IFAD with about 12%. Next slide. 58 out of the 76 SCCF projects that have been approved or endorsed by the CEO can provide, at this point, an estimate on the number of direct beneficiaries. These projects aim to directly reduce the vulnerability of approximately 7 million people. In addition, 33 SCCF projects are already supporting countries in their efforts to integrate climate change adaptation in 140 national development plans. Next. Again, briefly introducing a project example, this time from the SCCF, advancing climate change adaptation through innovative technology. And I recall the question from Tanya from Finland about the use of these tools in climate adaptation. And this project is making use, it's a very complicated name, but I think you know what it is. They're called unnamed aviation vehicles, otherwise known as drones. So they're being used for community-based monitoring of landslides and debris flowing. So this monitoring can introduce measures for adjustment and to reduce vulnerability and early warning systems, along with risk projection. The early warning and climate risk information through this will be used by national and municipal planners, as well as financial institutions, to the creation of an adaptation-oriented lending products. Through the engagement of the project, the local community and the authorities are being empowered to lead and to manage their own early warning system, looking, in addition to the landslides, for excessive rainfall and data that can be used for agriculture purposes. The project leverages technology advances in these areas, and they also provides leverage to MIT, which was one of the universities involved in the adaptation program, for hands-on education models and participatory approach to co-develop and make a transfer of technology capacities to local actors. Replication potential exists across this portfolio, and for this particular project, is expected that $550,000 of SCCF support will result eventually in 40,000 people being benefiting from this investment, of which 50% are female, and also 3,000 hectares will become under management for climate change adaptation purposes. Next one. As you recall, the climate change program for innovation, for adaptation innovation, was designed based on adaptation programming strategy that was guided by the GEF Council. And this guidance was introduced to catalyze innovation and also to continue to open up opportunities for private sector investments in the GEF programming framework. A call for proposals was held for the challenge program in September of 2019, with $10 million coming half and half from LDCF and the SCCF. This first call for proposals created a huge demand, unexpectedly so, interest from players outside, and 343 different organizations submitted proposals for 388 project concepts, most of which GEF had not been working before. 9 of these submissions were prioritized. We didn't have a lot of money to tackle all this demand, but 9 very interesting projects were prioritized through a well-established criteria, and these were profiled during COP25. Since then, all 9 projects have had their PIPs approved as medium-sized projects, and they are reflected in this progress report. Most of these projects are currently being prepared or are in the process of being finally approved, but they are already building momentum for innovation and for private sector engagement. So adaptation will be also captured and monitored through the private sector engagement strategy that was approved during this council meeting in response to one of the questions received in the last session. For example, the Landscape Resilience Fund that was presented by South Pole, which is an investment consulting facility, has been done in partnership with WWF-US, and is advancing in the stages of discussion with a multinational company for a multi-year anchor investment into an equity fund to finance climate adaptation-oriented small, medium enterprises. As a further example, through the Climate Change Blended Finance Project, commercial finance institutions have been convened across Central America and the Dominican Republic to strengthen investment in collaboration on microfinance for climate resilience. Next one. With that, I really thank you for your attention, and we'll be glad to engage with you in additional questions, and hope that we can get some feedback from you for the progress report. And Carlos Manuel, I turn it back to you for the next session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Gustavo, for your presentation on the progress report. And with this, I will invite Council. I will open the floor to Council for questions and comments. William will assist us with the list of the speakers. Over to you, William.
Would anyone like the floor? I don't see any names in the chat. Giovanni from IPAC, please go ahead.
Yes. Okay. There. Thank you very much, Mr. Gustavo, for the very enlightening report. It is very close to the hearts of indigenous peoples, this report that Gustavo made. I'd like to refer to the Special Climate Fund, and we take note of the fact that it is commendable that there are projects integrating nature-based infrastructure into climate adaptation plans, strategies, and projects globally, and also that the lessons from the field include building on existing community and ecosystem. Given that indigenous peoples' lands and associated waters comprise and protect a large portion of areas important to climate change, that is to say, at least 36% of the global area covered by TBAs coincide with IPLC lands, or as we keep repeating, 80% of the planet's biodiversity under management by indigenous peoples. We believe this immense role of indigenous peoples' lands in climate regulations provide an opportunity for the LDCF and SCCF Council to possibly explore or consider a set-aside fund for indigenous peoples and climate change. This is to complement the 2019 GEF approved Inclusive Conservation Initiative, which we all know aims to enhance indigenous peoples' capacity by safeguarding a significant fraction of the Earth's ecosystem through large-scale conservation and natural resource management activities. Again, we thank you for the report made by Gustavo. To repeat, it is close to our hearts as indigenous peoples. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Cordula from Germany.
I just wanted to make sure for Gustavo that the silence does not mean that we had problems with what he presented, but that it meant that we are happy with the report as it stands and ready to accept.
Thank you very much. Liesel from Denmark.
Also, to say the same as Cordula, the silence also means that we are very happy with the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Looks like no further speakers for now. Thank you.
Thank you for that, William, and thank you for that positive silence. With this, I would like to invite Council to adopt the draft decision that is included in the document GF/LDCF.SCCF.29/05, Progress Report of the Least Developed Countries Funds and the Special Climate Change Fund. I see no objections. Decision adopted. Thank you so much. Thank you. Now we go over to agenda item number 7, which is a new contribution announcement. I would like to pass.
Carlos Manuel.
Yes.
Sorry. Since for that item, we're going to have at least one speaker joining from outside in a few minutes. Maybe you want to start with the following item, and then we can interrupt it when the person arrives.
Well, thank you, William. We can do precisely that. So we will hold agenda item number 7, new contribution announcement. And we will go to the next following agenda item, which is number 6, 2020 program evaluation of the Least Developed Countries Fund. So I would like to invite Juha to introduce document GF/LDCF.SCCF.29/E/01 2020 program evaluation of the Least Developed Countries Fund. Juha, welcome. We're glad to have you once more with us. You got the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And happy Friday to everybody, whether you've just started the day like we have here in Washington or you have already survived most of it. It's my pleasure to be talking about one of the last items of this marathon meeting on a Friday. So it's our distinct pleasure to present to you the LDCF program evaluation, which is an update of the 2016 LDCF program evaluation. And quite a lot has happened actually since then, but I leave that progress to the presentation itself. Let me just take the opportunity to mention at this point that we are also starting the SCCF program evaluation at this point, and we'll get back to you on that in due course because of the small size of that portfolio. So it will be less of a portfolio style evaluation and more focusing on in-depth analysis of project performance and project impacts than this one. But back to this LDCF program evaluation, and I would like to ask my colleague Anna Wigg, who led this evaluation for IEO, to make the presentation. So Anna, over to you.
Thank you, Juha, and greetings to everyone. I would like to mention that I conducted this evaluation with my colleague Molly Watson, with help from 2 consultants and oversight from the IEO Director and Chief Evaluation Officer. For this evaluation, we looked in depth at 25 projects approved and 34 projects completed since the 2016 evaluation. We conducted interviews with a wide range of stakeholders and made country visits to Samoa and Rwanda, which included 2 post-completion evaluations. The evaluation reached 9 conclusions. With respect to relevance, LDCF support continues to be highly relevant to COP guidance, the GEF adaptation programming strategy, and countries' development policies and programs. Also, much of LDCF work is aligned with the Paris Agreement through support of nationally determined contributions and intended NDCs that include adaptation. On effectiveness, project design was well aligned with the recently revised GEF adaptation strategic objectives, which are similar to the previous objectives, yet have more emphasis on innovation. Stakeholders interviewed by the evaluation confirmed this strong alignment. The extent of alignment with the 2 strategic pillars was less clear, due to the material difference of the new pillars compared to previous pillars. As Carlos Manuel mentioned, the overall gender performance of the LDCF portfolio has improved. However, there is limited evidence that gender action plans or gender mainstreaming strategies are being implemented. For example, 56% of recent terminal evaluations did not include any discussion of gender impacts or gender action plans, indicating a knowledge gap. LDCF substantive engagement with the private sector is limited. In recently completed projects, the private sector has mainly been involved as a participant and target of the LDCF interventions, with limited engagement as an investor or executing partner. The design of newer projects give more focus to private sector engagement, although still limited substantive involvement in implementation. LDCF's primary focus on LDCs and on adaptation represent the main challenges to engaging private sector. Regarding efficiency, the lack of available resources for programming in GEF 6 lowered the efficiency of LDCF project approvals. During GEF 5, efficiency was comparable to other GEF-administered funds, such as the GEF and the SCCF. However, during GEF 6, approvals took 18 and 22 months longer than the GEF and the SCCF. During implementation, the efficiency of LDCF projects is comparable to other GEF-administered funds, with similar project lengths and number of extensions. Concerning catalytic effects, LDCF support has resulted in catalytic efforts through production of public goods and their demonstration. Nearly 70% of completed projects have created and demonstrated public goods in the form of new technologies or approaches. Replication and scaling up are more difficult to attain, especially by the end of the project. In addition, LDCF project has built foundations for larger scale projects. 60% of LDCF projects have done so through analytic work, assessments, and capacity building activities. With respect to sustainability, many factors, both in and outside of project's control, affect outcome sustainability. The 2 post-completion evaluations found project-supported benefits continue to vary in degrees. Both project visits revealed evidence of sustainable outcomes, particularly related to infrastructure, capacity building, and piloted activities. For example, in Rwanda, farmers have maintained farmland converted to terracing, as seen in the photo on the left of the slide, that reduce soil erosion and increase yields. In Samoa, tree nurseries have kept operating, including this one pictured on the right, with partial funding later from the GEF. Continued financing is an important factor in sustainability. In both cases, activities integrated into ongoing government work and budgets, such as infrastructure and capacity building for early warning systems, were more sustainable. Terminal evaluations of recently completed projects identified factors contributing and hindering sustainability. Common contributing factors include continued financing, effective stakeholder engagement, and effective coordination between executing partners. Hindering factors include staff turnover and delays in recruitment and weak project design. Terminal evaluations were more likely to list hindering context-related factors, such as natural disasters, financial shocks, and political unrest or changes in government. The evaluation makes two recommendations. The first one is to build on progress made on mainstreaming gender in the LDCF portfolio and aim to decrease the knowledge gap about gender-related results. The GEF Secretariat and GEF agencies should build on progress made since the 2016 evaluation, including the development and implementation of robust gender action plans. And GEF agencies should report in terminal evaluations on the project's gender analysis and any related concerns in implementation. The second recommendation is to continue to enhance the likelihood of the sustainability of outcomes. The Secretariat and the GEF agencies should continue actions highlighted in the Council document towards greater durability of GEF investments, while emphasizing the factors this evaluation identified as affecting the sustainability of outcomes. Thank you very much, and back to you, Juha.
Okay, thank you. Pardon me. Thank you, Anna. I don't have anything to add at this point, so let's wait for some questions. And I guess we have a management response also, I suppose.
Yes, thank you, Juha. Thank you, Anna, for your presentation. Now I would like to open the floor for comments and questions from Council. William will help us with the announcement of the list of speakers.
Right, so Marita from Sweden, followed by Tom from Canada.
Thank you, William. Thank you for this important evaluation and the proposed recommendations, as well as the management response. We can endorse the management response. We haven't discussed it, but I think we looked at it and we think it is we can endorse it. We are concerned about the findings with regard to gender integration, that it is falling behind in terminal evaluations, and would appreciate some further comment on that from the Secretariat. We would encourage the LDCF to continue strengthening this work, as I said in the previous item, in line with GEF policies. I also mentioned in the previous point about the seriousness of the serious impact the uncertainty of future funding has on the fund, and it shows very well in this evaluation that it leads to inefficiencies, and I think it's important that we have a discussion about this at one point. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom from Canada, followed by Cordula from Germany.
Good morning, everyone. Just 3 quick points. Canada is pleased to see the overall improvement in gender mainstreaming since GEF 4. Second, going forward, would be helpful to clarify the criteria for each gender mainstreaming rating. Going forward, meaning GEF 8, it may be helpful not only for the LDCF, but for the GEF itself. We encourage an increased focus on measuring gender equality results to better understand how projects have impacted gender inequalities. And so we strongly support recommendation 1, build on progress made on gender, mainstreaming gender in the LDCF portfolio and aim to decrease the knowledge gap about gender-related results. The reason why I look like I'm reading prepared text is because we consulted with our gender experts to make absolutely sure that I do not make any mistakes in articulating Canada's strong support for gender equality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Cordula is next. Yes, Cordula from Germany.
Okay, we welcome. Thank you, Juha. Thank you, Anna. We welcome the 2020 program evaluation of the LDCF. In overall, the evaluation draws a positive picture, and we especially welcome the outcomes of the fund on the fund's relevance and additionality for LDCs. The findings provide strong evidence for the added value of the fund in the climate finance landscape, which as we discussed this before. Given the particular context in which the LDCF operates, we find it highly encouraging that the fund is able to deliver on both strategic objectives related to adaptation as well as support innovation and institutional strengthening. The findings on the relevance of the fund for countries' broader development policies and climate plans indicate that the LDCF is ideally placed to promote a green recovery in LDCs. Despite the progress, we note that many of the challenges found in the 2016 evaluation persist today. Sustainability of outcomes, lack of co-financing and private sector engagement, as well as gender mainstreaming remain key challenges. While we understand that the challenges are strongly linked to external factors, we call on the Secretariat to continue efforts to tackle them. Especially on gender, we believe that the partnership has developed a strong set of mainstreaming tools to strengthen capacity and improve results in these areas. We also note that the lack of financial resources creates uncertainty and negatively affects the project approval process. We therefore encourage others to become more active partners in the funds. We call on the Secretariat to strengthen its efforts in positioning and showcasing LDCF as a successful and relevant partner in international adaptation finance. I had said this before. We fully endorse the proposed recommendations and look forward to them being translated into action. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sana from the CSO Network.
Thank you very much. We appreciate the presentation. Thanks for this. We have a few comments about the stakeholder interviews engagement. So we would like to know, do you have any plan, as for example, from each country, they will have 10 government people or 5 civil society or 20 beneficiaries interviews, something like that, and whether they follow any gender balance or not. The second point is the gender performance of our portfolio has improved. Just to help us to understand from where you started and what particular improvement you made. And then third point is very specific, CSO engagement. How many CSOs normally you target to engage in every country? Do you make any advanced plan, or will you share the questions, some key questions, so that they can be ready? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Shaibu has put his message in the chat because he has some instability in the connection. So I give the floor to Lizo from Denmark.
Thank you very much again. We would just like to say thanks very much for the evaluation report, and that we do very much endorse the recommendations and management response. It's certainly very good to see that this continues to be a very relevant report to LDCs
Thank you very much. I don't see any more speakers on the list, and also we might be ready for go to item 7. So I leave it to you,
Yes, thank you so much, William. Thanks, council members, for your questions and comments. I'll pass it over to Ana and Gustavo to respond to the different questions. Probably Ana first and then Gustavo. Ana, over to you. If you had any response.
Thank you, Carlos Manuel, and thank you all for your questions. I am glad that many of council members who spoke find the evaluation helpful and they endorse the recommendations. I'll try to address the questions. Starting with the question from Canada on the clarification on the gender ratings. These are gender ratings we have been using in the past 4 years. We first started with them with the 2016 LDCF evaluation, and this is probably the last time that we're going to use them as well. Currently, the IEO is working on a evaluation of policies, including the gender mainstreaming policy, the revised one. And going forward, we will be using, we won't be using this rating system anymore. But if you would like more details on it, perhaps we could discuss it bilaterally. And then on questions from Sano, I would say the same thing on your questions about baselines. Perhaps we could discuss those bilaterally. On your question on interviews and CSO engagement, this evaluation, I believe we had an interview with you. We also interviewed some CSOs during country visits in Samoa and Rwanda. But we also had some challenges in identifying CSOs that were engaged with LDCF projects. And in the future, we will make a bigger effort to include more CSOs. From now, if there's anything else I forgot, please let me know. But I would also like to pass this to Juha, if he would also make some comments to the questions.
Thanks, Anna. I think you have covered the ones that were to us mostly, but just to maybe to Sano's broader point, we use, of course, mixed methods in all of our evaluations, and these include interviews, surveys, country visits, case studies, portfolio analysis, and so on. The GEF operates in 170 countries. We normally cannot do comprehensive interviews with all stakeholder groups in 170 countries, which should go without saying. So therefore, we actually rely on, for example, when it comes to interviewing CSOs, we often rely on the CSO network to identify the interviewees. So when we contact you, Sano, and your colleagues, so it's always very useful when you can point us further and to give us more hints about who we should talk to, actually, and who we should reach out to. And of course, then when we go to a particular country, we look at a particular project or a particular program, so then we identify the partners in different categories in those projects and countries and programs and talk to them. And obviously we do aim for gender balance and so forth also in our interviews. So I think most of the other comments and questions were really addressed towards more to the GEF Secretariat, so I would leave it at this. Thank you.
Thank you, Juha and Anna, for your responses. And I would like to know if Gustavo would like to intervene.
Thank you, Carlos. Manuel. Maybe I could just present quickly the management response at this point, if that's fine.
Yes, of course. Yes.
Okay. All right. So yeah, because I don't think there were any questions directly necessarily to the GEF Secretariat, but so we really appreciated this evaluation. It is an important document for us to reflect upon and to introduce improvements in our operations. And as this strategy really does assess the relevance of the GEF, its effect of the LDCF, and its effectiveness, measures of efficiency, sustainability, additionality, gender, and so forth. So overall, we welcome the findings, including the high relevance of the LDCF to support COP guidance and decisions, support of the GEF programming strategy, the catalytic efforts that the LDCF has supported, and also the strong foundations that the LDCF has provided in many instances for large-scale projects to emerge, and the good alignment of the current portfolio with the overall strategic objectives. I would also say that we acknowledge the efficiency gains of the operational improvements that were made, and I would like to thank the council members that played a particular role in enabling us to improve and make these improvements on the operation of the LDCF that were introduced in the new strategy that we approved in the programming strategy for GEF 7. So this is very important, and we'll take these forward to GEF 8. And also acknowledge the recommendations on building progress on mainstreaming gender, continue to mainstream gender in the LDCF portfolio. And just a short reflection on the question of gender that was alluded in the questions and also in the evaluation. We note that the IEO findings were generally positive about gender. We were pleased that the findings said that across the portfolio, gender mainstreaming ratings had clearly improved, and that the gender policy is being applied more consistently now. And I'd like to also make the point that most of these projects, they were completed before the gender policy was approved. So moving to GEF 7, the Secretariat will, as it was recommended by the IEO, to continue to endeavor to build more progress in the gender mainstreaming area, and so this is very welcome. I would like another comment. What the IEO found was that some of the completed projects that had a lower gender rating on completion, which shows that agency was not able to anchor mainstreaming in the longer-term sense of the project. Many of these completed projects were also approved at a time, as I mentioned before, when the guidelines and the gender policy was not in place. So this is also very interesting to note. And finally, the actual IEO recommendation on gender is about lack of adequate reporting on gender in the terminal evaluation of projects. The TORs, the terms of reference for terminal evaluations, are actually prepared by the IEO, so this finding also falls within the purview of the IEO. We do acknowledge that a lack of reporting on gender could be construed in some cases as a lack of effective action on gender, but we will work with agencies to ensure that adequate gender measures and analysis are in place so that we can sustain these measures over the life of the project and beyond, and that gender results are effectively captured in the terminal evaluations. With that, I turn it back to you, Carlos Manuel.
Thank you, Gustavo, for the management response, and I would like to thank Juha and Anna, and having having ended the speakers list, I would like to invite Council to adopt the draft decision that is included in document GF/LDCF.SCCF.29/E/01. Thank you. On decision adopted, I thank all Council members for this decision. So I now go over to agenda item number 7, which is a new contribution announcement. Here we will invite donors to announce their new pledges to the LDCF. And I would like to give the floor to His Excellency John Arthur Jikkebiel, Ambassador of the Kingdom of Belgium to the U.S. And Mr. Ambassador, you're very much welcome in our session. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. It's an honor for me to be with you this morning. What science tells us is clear. To keep the Paris Agreement temperature goal within reach and to protect global biodiversity, enhanced and sustained international commitment is crucial. Since 2013, Belgium has spent more than 700 million euros through its development cooperation and other channels to support climate action in the South. Last September, my government formally agreed to upscale its climate finance significantly in the coming years. So it will increase it by more than €1 billion next year, bringing its international climate financing at a level of around €100 million. In the past, Belgium has already been a strong supporter of this fund with a cumulated contribution of €111 million. And today, I'm happy to announce an additional multi-annual contribution of €20 million to the fund to be disbursed over 4 years. So more is yet to come as our government intends to enhance its climate action, and we hope to announce additional funding to the LDC fund next year. Thank you, Chair.
Well, thank you so much, Ambassador, and we're delighted with this news and this new commitment from the Kingdom of Belgium. Is very much welcome as many countries, particularly the developing countries and others, larger economies are in their review of their climate commitments. So the timing is fabulous and great. We thank you also because 2021 is going to be the big year in terms of climate action and the year that we will stop negotiations and concentrate on implementation, whereby these funds, particularly the least developed climate fund, will play a major role with a small developing nation. So I thank you so much, Ambassador, on behalf of the fund, on behalf of this partnership, and most importantly, on behalf of the recipient countries. So thank you so much, Ambassador. Gracias, muchas gracias, merci beaucoup. So now I would like to open the floor to all the donors that are invited to announce their pledges to the LDCF. William, if you're so kind, will you help us? Ortiz, are you there?
Stefan, you can have the floor.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And thank you for all the presentation. We didn't ask for the floor, but it's great to see how LDCF and SCCF are moving forward, and that there's increasing resources made available for the two funds. I have the pleasure to announce an additional contribution to the LDCF of 700,000 Swiss francs. That's about 785,000 US dollars. That's on top of our contribution that was already paid in of 2.5 million. So we're working on it bit by bit to increase our contribution. And very pleased to see how LDCF and SCCF are evolving. Thank you. Over.
Thank you very much. Next is Tanya from Finland, followed by Carola from the Netherlands.
Thank you very much. And we think that it's very important to support the LDCF now, especially during the pandemic. And I have a great pleasure to announce that Finland will contribute 5 million euros to LDC fund. This is in addition to the 2 million euros we contributed earlier this year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Carola, you have the floor.
Thank you, William, and thank you very much, Carlos. Very nice to see you all here. On behalf of my government, I would like to announce an additional contribution by the Netherlands to the LDCF of 20 million euros, in addition to our earlier contributions last year and the year before of 20 million and 8 million euros. I would kindly like to request everyone to not communicate this contribution yet externally, as we plan to announce it more publicly in January at the Climate Adaptation Summit that the Netherlands is hosting. So I kindly ask for everyone to keep this within this circle for now, but I thought it was important to share today that the Netherlands, in the framework of its increased action against climate change, and especially also in support of adaptation action in developing countries, is stepping up its contribution to the Least Developed Countries Fund. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think it's back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you so much, William, for this, and I will thank Carola, Tanja, and Stefan. Our greatest gratitude, as well as the ambassador. We want to express our highest appreciation to the donors for the support, continued support of the LDCF funds, and we look forward, Carola, for that announcement in that big event. As you were able to hear me, for me, climate adaptation, being able to narrow down the adaptation financial gap with innovative approaches is one of my priorities, and I want to reinforce this commitment to be working with you all, and particularly being able to engage with the countries in the incoming months, as the aftermath of COVID will be one of our main challenges. So I want to thank and express my appreciation to donors to the support of the LDCF. So thank you for that. So with this great news, I will go over to our agenda item number 8, which is other businesses. I'll pass it over to William. To see if we got on list any other business to address, William.
Well, we remember that Sano had requested the floor under this item.
Oh, yes.
So give Sano the floor at this point.
Many thanks, the Chair, for this greatest opportunity, and also thanks, William, that last time under the updated vision, the mechanism allowed us to speak anytime during the council meeting. So before, we did not have this opportunity, and this really helps us to move on. Thanks for this. In difference to the earlier proposal we made for this civil society network, because one of the issue we sincerely believe that there is no other greater benefit can be achieved unless we are united. So powerful the light of unity. So in this focusing on this particular issue, So we aim to have a project, and we appreciate and we especially thank the Swedish council member for her confirmation of support, but we want other council members also support so that we can make this project globally to focus on the 6 disaggregated baseline climate risk assessment at country levels, set strategic targets, and develop participatory approaches to achieve the targets. So to make it happen, we have identified, because due to limited time, we did not make the full proposal yet. Once we get the confirmation, we will make it. So we want to develop a framework for stakeholder engagement that will tell how at the country level all the stakeholders can meaningfully engage with a positive mind, positive approach to complement in the efforts of the GEF. And also they will bring the message of the GEF to the grassroots level. And we propose to have at least 10 gender mainstreaming common indicators that all the agencies will be following, and then we will practice it. We will work on at the national level so that we can have a common progress assessment, and then that can be the entry point to demonstrate the gender equality along with other activities. To make the meaningful engagement, we want to have at least 100 countries to do the TOT for the civil society and the interested stakeholders so that they know how to work together with the government, because our aim is to complement, not to contradict, not to go for any conflict or anything. So in each ECW, there are respective countries, representatives, government, and civil societies will be coming. So we can take that opportunity to make it happen. And that can be another entry point for the preparation of the GEF 8. So to do it, we will, our proposal, we are thinking to have like one steering committee with a few regional focal points and interested council members and the GEF secretariat officials, so that they will know how it's happening. And then we will have the regional focal points as the coordination team to implement, and then the countries. So we want to make one, in our language, it would be one of the innovative approach where when we show the participating countries, then we can show all countries. Naturally, all the recipient countries will be the partners. And we also would like to request all the donor countries, at least put your little hands so that we can show all the flags together that we are one family. We are the member of one family. We are the flowers in the one garden. So with that great expectation, this is my request, and I really request the CEO kindly give the opportunity for the council members to make their comments so that we can go forward. And we thank you again. This is the message of the hearts of the civil societies. Please help us to continue. Thank you so much.
Thank you. No further speakers. Back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, thank you, William, for that, and thank you, Sana, for that. We take note on that, and definitely we will be engaged in supporting that. I would like to go back to our previous agenda item on the new contributions announcement. I will pass it over to Chizuru, which will introduce a new announcement. Over to you, Chizuru.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As many of you can see in the chat, we're delighted to see an announcement that's ready to be made by an observer from Qatar. So I would like to request that the floor be given to Ms. Waroda Al-Naimi from Qatar, please.
Thank you, Chizuru, and thank you, the GEF team, and also the LDCF and the SCCF. First of all, thank you for inviting us as an observer
Sorry, Rhoda, we've lost you.
Can you hear me now?
Now you're back again. Yes, please go ahead.
So we wanted to announce our first announcement towards the LDCF. We are newly joining the LDCF in a contribution of $500,000 US dollars. We are currently finalizing the last.
We've lost you again, Rhoda. Maybe if you turn your video off, we'll be able to get the voice better to save bandwidth.
$500,000 US dollars towards LDCF as a first contribution. Since this is the first time as Qatar Fund for Development integrating climate change in our international cooperation. And we are looking forward to amplify our partnership with the GEF and LDCF and others. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for joining us and for the committed to support us on these funds. We welcome so much this announcement from Qatar, and we will be working closely together in the future. Thank you so much. Have a good day. With this, I will go over to agenda item number 9, which is a summary of the chair. I would like to announce that the summary of the chair for the LDCF SCCF Council will be sent to all council members and alternates by email in the next few minutes. So you can check that email as we continue with the agenda. So this is for your information. With this, I will go over to agenda item number 21, which is a summary of the chair of the GEF Council. The summary of the chair has been sent to everybody by email. I will pass it over to William to see if we have some last moment announcement with regards to summary of the chair. Over to you, William.
Thank you very much. No, hopefully everybody has received it, and as usual, the CEO will guide us through its approval paragraph by paragraph. So back to Mr. Chairman.
Pardon, William, the communication was breaking on my side. Can you repeat that, please?
Okay, yes. No, I was hoping that everybody has received the text that we sent by email. I don't see any requests for the floor, and I received a couple of questions by email, which I've answered. So hopefully we are ready to proceed in our usual practice, which would be for you to lead us through an approval, decision by decision, paragraph by paragraph.
Okay, just let me bring down the email so I can go and do exactly that, William. Just give me a second. So I got with me agenda item number 21, which is a summary of the chair. So William, what is the practice on in terms of the approval? We go.
We just the first 3 or 4 paragraphs are just formal ones, so you can approve them in one go, and then you go decision by decision. Some decisions have 1 paragraph, and some decisions have multiple paragraphs, like the work program. So if you just take a decision by decision, that would work.
Okay, excellent. Thanks for the guidance on this, William. So I would like to have to propose the approval of paragraph 1, 2, 3, and 4, which is matters related to the opening of the meeting, the adoption of the agenda, and relations with the conventions. I see no objections to these first 4 paragraphs. They are approved. Then we got paragraphs 5. Any observation on paragraph 5? No observations. We go over to paragraphs 6, monitoring report. Objections. Paragraph 7, aid replenishment of the GEF trust funds. No observations. Approved. We go over to paragraph 8, which is decision agenda number 5, private sector engagement strategy. I hear no objections to the paragraph, so we approve paragraph 8. We go to paragraph 9, which is agenda item 6, work program for the trust fund. Good. I don't see any objections, so we approve paragraph 9. We go now to paragraph 8, that I can group paragraph 10, paragraph 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26.
It goes up to 78. The work program goes up to paragraph 78.
Oh, thanks for that, William. So, are we, is Council able to agree on approving paragraphs 10 to 70?
It seems like Pavic has requested the floor. You requested the floor, Pavic?
Yes, Pavic, you got the floor.
Chair, and I just would like to give some clarification on the paragraph 43. Why just a project have to circulate through the council before CEO endorsement for 4 weeks? May I? Need a clarification.
Thank you. Gustavo, you want to take that one?
Yeah, William, I didn't quite get the question. The question is about...
It's paragraph 43, which 43. Indicates that that project has to go to the council for a 4-week review, and Pavic is asking, the reasoning behind it. I don't know if somebody asked for it. I don't have it in front of me.
No reason needs to be stated. Any council member that wishes to see a project for the second time can so request. In some cases, a reason is stated but not necessarily made part of the decision. But this is the prerogative of any council member to ask for that.
I think Pavic was wondering who had asked for it.
I'll have to check who asked specifically and come back to you.
Thank you.
William, can I answer that?
Of course, Bill. Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, the U.S. has requested those projects for a second review.
Okay. Does that answer your question, Pavic?
Yes, you have a particular suggestion why you ask for the second circulation?
Well, as Gustavo mentioned, the country that requests doesn't necessarily have to put forward the reasons. It's a right of any council member to request that a project be brought back for the 4-week review. It doesn't extend or delay the project in any way. It's just that before it goes to CO endorsement, it will be put up on the website for any council member to review. It doesn't have to go to another council meeting. It is just at the right time it is put on the website, and council members who have requested can look at it again, and if they have a comment, they can make it. I hope that explains. So thank you very much. You may continue, Jim.
Thank you, William. Thank you, Pavik, as well as Gustavo and Claude for this exchange. So I put under consideration of approval of the council the paragraph from 10 to 74. I see no objections, so we approve these paragraphs. Then I will group paragraphs 75, 76, 77, and 78 as one. I would like if council can agree on approving this group of paragraphs. Thank you. Adopted. Now we go over to paragraph 79, which is a report on working group, which will be put together with paragraph 80. I would like to know if council agrees with approval of paragraph 79 and 80. I see no objections, so we approve them. Now we go to the evaluation part of the summary. We got paragraph 81 that has to do with the fragile and conflict-affected situation. Any observations from council? We see no observations, so we approve paragraph 81. Now we go to the second paragraph on evaluations, which has to do with artisanal and small-scale gold mining, which is Article 82. Observations, comments to 82? I see no objections, so we approve 82. We go to our third evaluation, which is MSPs, Article 83. Objections to Article 83. We go over our fourth and last evaluation, which was on decision agenda 12, which has to do with knowledge management in the GEF, which is Article number 84. Any observation? No comments or observations, so we approve Article 84. Now we go over to Article 85 that has to do with the investment options for the GEF Trust Fund. No observation to that one. Now we go over to paragraph 86, which has to do with the impact of COVID-19 on the GEF. I would ask for approval of 86 and 87. Good, thank you. Now we go over to paragraphs 88. We're talking about agenda item 16, which has to do with the assessment of the compliance of minimum fiduciary standards. So I will group them 88, 89, 90, 91, and 91. From 88 to 91. Any observations and comments to these paragraphs? See no objections, so we approve them. And we go over to paragraph 92, relation with the conventions and other international institutions. Observations or end comments? See no objections to approve 92. I go over now to 93, update on Nagoya Protocol. Any observations and comments? No observations and comments. Approve 93. And we go over to paragraph 94, which is the report of the Selection and Review Committee. No objections to 94, so we approve it. We now go to paragraph 95 and 96, which has to do with other businesses. There is no objections to that one. So with this, we have approved the summary of the chair of the GEF Council. I thank you all for this. Thank you so much.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, we have to hold a couple of minutes because the summary of the chair of the LDCF SCCF is still being prepared, so we haven't sent it out. So.
Okay, William, thank you for that. So, this is our last agenda item for today for the council, no, William?
Yes, that's right. Before the closing, that's it. And thank you to everybody. We managed to finish just a little bit earlier than we had expected. So, of course, we have time to send out the LGCF, SCCF summary. So I don't know if you want to just ask everybody to give us these a few minutes, and as soon as it's sent out, we'll let everybody know.
So how many minutes do you recommend me to go take over here, William?
Well, how about 15? How about if we...
let's stop for 15 minutes, yes, please.
Let's come, okay. Let's come back, let's do a break, and let's come back in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
William, I'm sending the report to you to be circulated.
Okay, we'll do right away.
You have it. You have it in your inbox under Chiz's email.
Okay, I've sent it out to everybody. Hopefully, everybody will see it in their emails.
Carlos Manuel, do you want to give another 5 minutes for?
Yes, I would like to get 10 minutes more.
Okay, all right.
10 minutes more so they can be able to go through the document. Yes,
okay, thank you.
Hopefully everybody has received it. If anybody didn't, just to let me know or send a chat and I'll send it to you.
Okay, good. I think that we can begin reviewing the document. So we will go with agenda item number 9, which is the summary of the LDCF/CCF Council Chair. I would like to bring to your attention paragraph 1 and 2 of the summary. Any observation and comments to 1 and 2? I see no objections to 1 and 2, so we adopt paragraphs 1 and 2. Now I will go to paragraphs 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, which is work program of the Least Developed Countries Fund. I would like to see if there is any observations to those paragraphs. I see no objections to those paragraphs. We approve them. Now we go to paragraphs 9 and 10, which is the annual monitoring review. I see no objections to these 2 paragraphs. Now we move over to paragraph 11, which is the progress report. I see no objections to approve paragraph 11. Now we go to paragraph 12, which is the 2020 program evaluation. I don't see any objections to approve paragraph 12. Now we go to paragraph 13, which is on new contributions.
Carlos Manuel, let me interject here if I can. I think we need to correct the Belgium contribution, which we believe is 20 million, just confirming with the trustee. So that figure will be corrected to 20 million. yours.
Okay, thanks for that clarification, Gustavo.
And one more question, just to confirm. The Netherlands announced their contribution, but requested that it need not be made public at this stage. That's why we don't have the pledge here, because we were asked by a couple of council members why that's the case, and we are reflecting Netherlands' request that contribution not be made public just yet. Thank you.
Yes, and
Carlos and Gustavo, thank you.
Yes, our pleasure, Carola, and nevertheless, we're extremely grateful for that pledge. Good. Based on the observation that just Gustavo gave to us, I would like to see if we can approve paragraph 13. I see no objections to paragraph 13. Paragraph 14, other businesses. There is no objections. And then I would like to ask your approval on paragraph 15 and 16. I don't see any objections, and with this, we approve the summary of the chair for the LDCF, SCCF, and I thank you all for this. And with this, we finish the 29th council meeting of the LDCF, SCCF, and we get to the conclusion of our week of work. I would like to thank everybody for the fabulous, great job that we've been doing for the last 5 years. I will not like to end without expressing that I do have strong mixed feelings. And I do have strong mixed feelings because this is my first GEF board meeting, but at the same time is the last board meeting that we will have the presence of Stefan. And I want to recognize and salute and highlight the great effort that Stefan has done through the years. I've been blessed by the fact that I know Stefan for, I don't know, 10, 15 years. His job has been, or my job has been very similar to his job because we've been negotiators on behalf of our countries on the finances of climate, on the finances of biodiversity. We've been working on the resource mobilization negotiations, and I remember very well Stefan from Nagoya, Hyderabad, Pyeongchang, Cancun, and lastly in Sharm el-Sheikh, where we had a huge task to be able to generate consensus on how countries mobilize resources from all sources in order to achieve the main political goals and targets that were agreed, not just in CBD, but also in UNFCCC. You know, being a resource mobilizator, negotiator, has been for me a great experience, and sharing with Stefan and many other colleagues is something that I want to highlight. Those experts on resource mobilization are unique. It's a kind of a special breed of professionals that we have at the conventions, and we normally end working in a contact group by the end of the second weeks of the COP, working late at night. And those who work on resource mobilization has to have very special skills. And definitely Stefan has been a master in managing these skills. A resource mobilization negotiator has to have a skills that goes from being a very good chess player all the way to being a good poker player. And yes, Stefan always has that poker face. We never knew what Stefan had behind him, but we knew that from him we'll have, strong support, total transparency, and huge commitment to the work that he did over there. So Stefan is not just part of the very successful history of the GEF, but most importantly, he has been a part of the very successful story of the Rio Convention and the multilateral environmental agreements. And I do regret that this is my first meeting and his last meeting. I tried to do my best to convince him to keep on, being a council member, but I was unable to convince him. Nevertheless, I want on behalf of the GEF family, on behalf of the GEF partnership, to say thanks to him. And we have a small treat for him now. So Nico, over to you. Thank you. That was great, and I would like everybody to turn on their camera so we can give a big hand to our dear friend Stefan. Please join me. Dear Stefan, you got the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Carlos Manuel, for the very nice words, very kind words, and thank you to all those that made this memorable video. I'm really very touched. It brings back memories of people, of places, of matters that we worked on. This isn't my last council, and interesting enough, I had 3 encounters with the GEF at the very early stage when it was being set up. And then my 6 years that I worked at the World Bank, I understood how important the GEF was and continues to be for multilateral development banks and others to get environment into projects. And excuse me. And then my last one since 2011 and 2013, very close to the council. Throughout my career, I had the privilege to work in many places, always on the meaningful and motivating field of environment. And trust me, I've been in many places. The GEF is one of the finest ones. I appreciated the positive spirit, the responsiveness by the Secretariat, the Independent Evaluation Office, the agencies, and how the work of the GEF is different from many others. It builds on solid science, and it continues to do that. Thank you to Rosina and the staff. It builds on thorough evaluation. Thank you to Juha, Gita, and their colleagues. GEF is listening to operational focal points, to clients, to agencies, and to the CSOs. So these voices all make the whole thing stronger than just any other plain vanilla organization out there. And last but not least, in this day and age of quick and sometimes misleading communication, the GEF has a very good and impactful communications department, and that's also important these days. The world has changed since 1991. For those of you that have been around back then, there's a few of us. And what was pioneer work back then has largely become mainstream, and that's actually positive. One could say mission accomplished, but unfortunately, the GEF is still needed, and if we didn't have it, we would have to establish it. It's good to see that the GEF has adapted without giving up its unique features. And I'm convinced that under the new CEO, Carlos Manuel, and his hands-on, practical spirit and attitude, the GEF will, in its 8th replenishment that starts next year, and as it turns 30 years old, get itself rejuvenated so that it stays young forever. I could list a lot of people that I'm particularly thanking at this moment, and then it would be like in the movie theater when all the names come down, and at one point people are leaving. So I don't want to do that after 5 days of a GEF Council meeting, but I would single out in particular the colleagues at the Secretariat and at the Independent Evaluation Office, the good work and collaboration that I had with CSOs and the agencies, and then in particular the ones that were absolutely essential to me, my colleagues, the current ones and the ones before that provided me with all the background work that they checked. So thank you, Gabriela and Konrad. And finally, also friends and colleagues in the constituency countries, in Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan for their trust and for the support. I always felt like I was lifted and I got an extra edge to issues by knowing how it feels when you're on the receiving end of the GEF when you work with and through the agencies. This is my last council. I truly hope that our pathways will cross again. I read once that in this global connected world, we're all only about 3 handshakes apart from each other. It doesn't go well with the COVID circumstances, but so we're all connected, and I hope that maybe not through handshakes, but through other means, I will be in touch. But many of you, I can assure you, watch the GEF and hopefully be pleased to see how the GEF stays young and continues to flourish. Thank you very much, all of you.
I thank you so much, Stefan, for your kind words, for the effort that you have done for so many years, and for the best wishes that you give us in the next 30 years. I'm also pleased and delighted to see that Joseph is with us. I haven't seen him. We miss you a lot. Thanks for joining us as well. And I would like to open the floor if anybody wants to send a farewell message to Stefan.
Can I?
Sano, please.
Yeah, dear Stefan, we got you as our guide, as our supervisor, as our advisor, as our friend. So better than many great things. We remember Joseph from Belgium, and today you are going, this is the nature of life. We wish you good health, every success, and we hope to meet you after COVID sometime. Stay safe, take care. Thank you so much. Best wishes from the FCSO network.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sano.
Joss, you got the floor. Yes, Joseph.
Okay. Well, I've said already something, a couple of things I said much more, but I cut out the bad things, of course. Well, there's not much to say. I mean, I've enjoyed Stefan's company professionally and beyond very much for a long time. I wish him all the best, Stefan, all the best, and I hope we can meet. And I know as a retired person, you have time, not as much as you think at the beginning, but we have to arrange for meeting sometime, someplace. And I would like to congratulate Carlos Manuel, first of all, for having become the CEO, and for directing very well your first council meeting in difficult circumstances. I must admit, it's really strange to follow a council meeting. I haven't seen everything, but by virtual means. But you did very well, and everybody, your whole team, as usual, did very well. And all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Jos.
Thank you, Jos. Thank you so much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is the end of this week, and I need to close this meeting. I would like, before doing the closing, to give a very, very special recognition to all of our staff at the Secretariat. They've been working very, very hard for the last 2 weeks. They've been doing a lot of things behind the scene, behind the camera, behind the microphones throughout this week, and without their commitment and full support 24/7, we won't be able to get where we are today. So I want to thank all of them on behalf of the council. I want to wish you a very happy Christmas, happy New Year. I'm desperate to see the end of 2020 and be able to really focus on 2021, which without any doubt will be much better than this 2020. For me, it has been a rewarding experience to work chair of the council. I look forward to the many different challenges that we have in 2021. Don't hesitate to contact me, to contact us for whatever you need. And I thank you all for this very successful, very productive week. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Congratulations, Stefan. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos Manuel, and congratulations, Stefan. We'll miss you.
Camarada Carlos Manuel, and congratulations, Stefan.
Check it out, guys. Oh.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Bye. Goodbye. See you next time.
Thank you. Happy holidays, everybody.
Thank you. Wonderful meeting. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Merci beaucoup aux collègues francophones.
Bye, everybody.
Well done, Stefan. Thank you very much.
Merci aux interprètes.
Merci beaucoup. Merci aux interprètes. Merci pour tout. Bye bye. Merci. Belle et bonne année.
Bye, Nicolas.
Stefan, how a young man retire like him? Thank you.